No kidding. Five. Okay, if we can call the meeting to order at 5:30, February 8th, Thursday evening. Establish a quorum.
Yes.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Public comment on closed session agenda items. Are there any cards?
Mr. President, would you like me to read this? No.
We'll see how many we have.
One minute.
Sorry, we're just waiting for the blue cards to show up. So who's going to win the Super Bowl? All right. Yeah.
Thank you. This is for closed.
Yeah, it's all closed.
It's closed session.
Yes. Okay, so for closed session, we have one speaker for item 2A, public employee dismissal or discipline dismissal and release. Brenda? Is Brenda here? Okay, so we're waiting on Brenda.
So we're going to take the first 30 cards for 1 minute each after the first speaker.
Okay, and then while we're waiting for Brenda to come in, let's get the first 10 for item 2C, I believe. All right. Yes, for item 2C. So first is Nadia Kim, and then Caleb Heim, then Skylar Mundy, then Rambo Copeland, Joelle Contreras, Miranda Valdez, Marcus Jewell, Annabelle Yee, Danella Felix, and Sarah Helwig. But there's 3 minutes on the clock for this speaker because that's for one item.
Jane, are you there? Okay. Well, greetings. I ran over here. Regarding employee dismissals, I realize Trustee Ledesma and Trustee Minor receive compensation from the district, so in that respect, they are employed. The recall could mandate their dismissal from compensation, benefits, and from their elected office. There are contradicting stories out there and people are confused. To clear up the confusion regarding this potential dismissal, people need more information so their votes to dismiss or keep can align with their values. There's an
President
easy
Ortega,
way
this is
to
not
clear the
about a
fog.
dismissal of an employee. There's a political process in play, and this is not about the
Constituents want to know where their
district
elected officials stand on
dismissing-
Protect Kids,
If you-
California.
There are other areas that this can be addressed, but not for employee dismissal.
Okay. Yeah, so are you tying it into?
I am. I'm tying it in. I'm tying it all in. This initiative that may be on November 2024 ballot as signatures are gathered from
Okay.
across the state has 3 simple directives.
Okay,
And we want
I-
to know where you guys stand. So I will
Unfortunately-
be asking you because Interfaith for Kids wants to know, and we'll put it on our social media. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Okay, item 2C, 2C. First up is Nadia Kim.
Hold on 1 second. Yep. There you go.
I have a quick question. Do we have any Orange Unified students? Because our policy actually gives priority to Orange Unified students, so.
This is the way it was handed to me, but I can search through while this first speaker speaks.
Why don't you just
Is
do
there
it
any
before we start?
OUSD students here? From the blue cards? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, trustees and President Ortega. My name is Nadia Kim, and this is my sister Lydia Kim. I am a third grader at OCCA, and she is a first grader. We used to go to school in Anaheim, but we didn't like that school as much. We really love OCCA and have learned a lot. I wanted to thank you for listening to my fellow students. I hope that you vote in favor of allowing students like us to finish my education at OCCA and graduate high school there. I hope that someday that I can help other students find success here in Orange like you are doing for us. Thank you for all your hard work and staying for late night meetings. The students appreciate you for doing your best. Happy early Valentine's Day. God bless you.
Okay, Caleb Heim. And next up is Skylar Mundy.
Hello, my name is Caleb Heim, OCCA's lower school president. I ask the board to please approve OCCA's proposal to lease the Peralta property. OCCA has so many extraordinary traits as a school, but its main focus is on virtue. I would like to focus on one main statement from Greek philosopher Heraclitus, who states, "Character is destiny." This statement has lots of meanings, but my main focus is that character will determine what your future will look like. Every student in the district has a value and is deserving of opportunity to maximum their potential. Based on objective measurements and test scores, OCCA is developing students and preparing them for life as well or better than any other school in the district. I ask that you do right by the students of this district and give them the opportunity, should they so choose, to develop their character and minds at OCCA in preparation for a fruitful future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, OUSD board. My name is Skylar Mundy, and I'm in second grade at OCCA. Thank you for listening not only to my speeches in the past, but also the speeches of my friends. I am here again and also again on a school night to respectfully request your approval of the OCCA's lease. As you have heard many times, we love our school and we have big dreams of completing our education through high school here. Your approval for the OCCA lease means the world to us. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Hi, my name is Rambo Copeland, and I'm a sinker at OCCA. I also have a sister in 4th grade. It would mean so much to us if we could graduate from our amazing school. So please vote yes for our new property. Thank you, and God bless you and OCCA. Thank you.
Up next is Joelle, and then Miranda.
Hello, OUSD board. My name is Joelle, and I am in 8th grade. This school, OCCA, getting a high school would mean a lot to me. If we were able to lease the Peralta site, we could get the high school that all of us 8th graders want at OCCA. All students, no matter what school they go to, need an equal opportunity to get a good, enriching, and safe education and learning space. I wanted to thank the board for giving us kids many opportunities to speak on this matter. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Miranda Valdez, and I am up here for the 3rd time. Why would a 14-year-old girl make time to come up here to speak for the 3rd time when she could be with her friends, her family, or her grandmother who just had surgery? She chooses to be here because she wants something special. She wants OCCA to accomplish something special. For my 14 years here on Earth, I realized that if you don't know who you are and what you're going to do with your life, this world's going to tell you. I used to never know what I wanted to be. People would ask, and I had no answer. But today, I realized the answer. Today, my best friend Noah receives an award. Noah himself might not know it, but because of OCCA, I know that he's going to help so many people. And because of OCCA, I now understand that we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. So I myself have been encouraged by OCCA to spend my life helping others. So I asked the board to find it in their hearts to give us 8th graders a high school, so more people like Noah and I can help the world. Thank you.
Next up is Marcus, Jewel, and then Annabelle.
Hello,
Hello, school board, and thank you for giving me the time to speak. My name is Marcus Jewell, and I am in 5th grade. I think this school needs to grow. This school should grow because it focuses on virtues, not just intelligence. It also needs to grow so more people may attend. If you vote no, that will affect my learning, and I may not attend for high school. This will not only affect me, but all the students in OCCA's middle school and my fellow 5th graders. If you say yes, many people will be happy and enjoy the school and learn about virtues. I think this school is different because I never learned about virtues at my former school. Please approve the Peralta site today. Thank you for your time and good night.
Good evening, board president, members of the board, and superintendent. My name is Annabelle Yee, and I am a current 7th grader at Orange County Classical Academy. I have only been with this school for about a year and a half, yet this school has taught me so much more than other schools I've done in this past. Not only does this school follow a curriculum that makes you work for your education, but they teach us about intellectual and moral virtues. They teach us to be prudent with our words and to have temperance in class. They teach us to demonstrate fortitude and justice in the real world. This school has brought something valuable to my life, and I believe having a high school will bring the same knowledge to many other kids. Please vote yes on the Peralta site so other kids can have the same experience as me. Thank you.
Okay, I have Danella, and then Sarah, and then behind is Emmett, Edland, Quinn Darnell, Shane Bayless, and Kathy Trask. Danella?
Good evening, board members. My name is Danella Felix, and I've been going to OCCA since we first opened our doors in 2020. At OCCA, we're pushed past our comfort zones to grow as intellectuals. We're taught not just how to excel in grades, but as well as virtues. As an 8th grader, I would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to be a high schooler at OCCA. This would allow me to continue learning the way that works for me as an individual. I would be very grateful if you would allow us to lease this vacant space at the Peralta property for 25 years. A shorter lease would not provide enough funding for my school to have a high school for my peers and I. I implore you to vote in favor of OCCA, for a no would result in another group of 8th graders, including me, having to leave. Starting high school is a very big change in every middle schooler's life, and I would love to start high school at OCCA. I'd like to end with a quote. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sarah Hollig, and I stand before you today requesting to consider leasing the Peralta campus to OCCA. OCCA is an amazing school and will be life-changing for me and my classmates, not only for me, but for the generations to come. Leasing the Peralta site to OCCA will expand my educational experience, and not just for me, but for everybody, for all my classmates, all the students in Orange City. By OUSD sharing resources, we can improve the education experience for all students and grade and help our community. Thank you for listening.
All right, so next up is Emmett Edland, and I named a couple of others. Let me just make sure. Quinn Darnell, Shane Bayless, Kathy Trask, Scarlett Darnell, Evie Dam, Grace Galt, Richard T. I think this might be an adult. And then Kira Sato. So Emmett is up, and then Quinn, and then Shane.
Hi, I am Emmett. Hi, my name is Emmett, and I am a 5th grader at OCCA. This is my 4th year there. OCCA has been an amazing school. I never been to a school better than OCCA. It helps me a lot, and I improve in my work with all that they do for me. They make all of the learning very interesting. The teachers help us a lot so that we could
can do our best. I hope you approve the plan so that I can go to OCCA through high school. Please vote yes today to give OCCA high school. Thank you.
Okay, Quinn Darnell.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for your time. My name is Quinn Darnell, and I am in first grade. This is my second year at OCCA. I love going to school with my big brother and sister. My hope is that we could all graduate OCCA, and I hope we can use the large Peralta site to open our high school. Our pillars teach us virtues that will help us in the future.
Shane?
Oh. Hello, board members, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Shane Bayless, and I am in the 7th grade. My home at OCCA is a place where I can learn prudently. We learn Latin as one of our classes, where it is a starting ground to many Latin-based languages, such as Spanish, French, Romanian, Italian, and Portuguese. We also learn deeply about history and not social studies. Learning true history is important in many ways. We learn about the men who died for our freedom. We learn about our rights in the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Without learning the history of the world, how am I supposed to know my rights and how to advocate for others? So please, let me expand my education at OCCA. This way, I can be a contributing member of society in the future. Thank you.
Good evening, OUSD board members. My name is Kathy Trask. I am a 6th grader at OCCA. We as a 6th grade have been told that our math and science teacher is moving to the position of Dean of Students. Mr. Chaput will not be teaching. If we don't have a high school, all of us will have to say goodbye to a soon-to-be great Dean of Students early. We all love Mr. Chaput so much, and if you say no to the Peralta site, we will have to leave him, and he won't be able to go every day to our class and say hi. We adore Mr. Chaput. Please vote yes to the Peralta Share Plan. Thank you for keeping Mr. Chaput. Good night.
Good evening, board. I am Scarlett Donnell, a current 6th grader at OCCA. I've been at OCCA since the beginning and hope to continue through high school. We have shown great fortitude by fighting through impossible odds. Please vote yes and use it to let us use the Peralta site. We hope to use this site for a long term. I am sure all the 8th graders have made friends at OCCA and couldn't bear to leave them. Peralta has been vacant for many years, and we would like to put it to some use. Finally, I am thanking the board for considering our proposal. Vote yes, thank you, and good night.
Okay, I have Evie, then Grace, then Richard, then Kira, and then Juliana Kolomak.
Good evening, OUSD board members. My name is Evie Dam, a current 7th grader at Orange County Classical Academy. OCCA is a public school, but unlike others, others. It teaches us to be good, beautiful, and true. OCCA gives us a free and true education. We need the school to teach us these traits. These are important to ourselves and others. These help us be good human beings. Our teachers push us to think and work harder because if we don't, we fail. In my history class, we analyzed the Constitution and understood it line for line. A lot of people have read it, but not many have understood it. We understood it because our teachers took the time to help us. Some people use our curriculum, but we use it for sure. Please think on what I say, because we need a high school for Orange County Classical Academy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Gall, and I am a student at OCCA. I am currently a 6th grader, and when I graduate, I want to play soccer at UCLA. Before going to OCCA, I did not think it was possible to even go to college because I have an IEP for reading. At public school, I could not learn how to read because they teach sight-based learning, and at OCCA, they teach phonics-based reading, and that's what works for me. Please say yes to our high school so students like me with learning differences can continue to achieve our big dreams. Thank you.
Okay, I have Richard, and then Kira, and then Juliana.
Good evening, board. My name is Richard, and I'm in 5th grade. I have attended OCCA since the school first opened, along with my older brother and younger sister. At OCCA, I have made many friends and enjoy the classical education I'm getting there. My friends and I are thriving at OCCA. We love our school and are here once again to ask you to approve the lease of Peralta property. It would mean so much to be able to continue through high school. Please don't let us down and vote yes for students like me to continue our education. Having a great school like OCCA in the community benefits everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Kira Sato, and I'm a 6th grader at OCCA. Having a high school at OCCA would mean a lot to me. It would mean that me and my peers could get to continue a great education of academics and virtue all the way through high school. I have been at OCCA since 4th grade, and since then, I have been taught to strive for excellence in what is good, beautiful, and true. I love my school and don't want to leave my classical education or the many friends I've met at OCCA anytime soon. I really hope you approve my school's lease of Peralta for 25 years. By doing this, I know you will make everyone at OCCA very happy. Thank you, and have a good night.
Okay, and after Juliana, we have Tina Arias Miller, Howard Kim, Ariana Casillas, Abby Sedgwick, Luke Joseph Macias, Hollyana Dawson. Juliana.
Hello, board members. My name is Juliana Colmack, and I'm in 7th grade. I want more than anything to graduate from OCCA as a high schooler. OCCA's curriculum is meant to be from TK to the end of high school, not to be transferred to other schools with different styles of education. Therefore, I implore you to make the right decision that will benefit so many and let OCCA lease Peralta. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so I have Tina and then Howard. Are you Tina? Yes. Oh, okay. We're doing students first. Sorry, it had indicated student here. So we'll put you behind the students.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Miner, I'm assuming there's probably 32 students that are going to speak, which means that they will run the clock.
There's 29.
Okay, so I think that we need to, these are big issues. They are adult issues. The children have done a phenomenal job, and you are all amazing, for sure. But it's been 3 meetings in a row now that we haven't had any adult input, and I think it's really important that we at least extend the time for somebody who's come over from Santiago Canyon College to speak. I think that's important. So I asked at least that we extend the time to have a couple of adults have input.
President.
As I can understand that and can appreciate it, but we're going to stick to our 30-minute rule. And so we will adhere to that. And if there's 29, then she'll have an opportunity to speak. So that would be 30.
Okay, so Howard Kim.
sorry, according to our board policy, though, we never indicated that children or students have preference. Only OUSD students have an opportunity to speak first. And so she's in line with the way the orders of the card, so I think she has an opportunity to speak.
She'll
Should
be
have an
number
opportunity
30.
to speak.
Yeah, she'll be number 30.
Well, she's skipped some other adults in the room as well.
Okay, but we're adhering to our policy of 30 minutes.
Well, then you skipped some of the other people who had cards.
Yes.
We need to have an adult file.
That's right here.
Whoever's timestamp is first.
That's her. The one that I just called. Yeah.
So are you saying that all 29 students came in before any adults? I'm just asking because at the last meeting, it was clear that Trustee Minor knew all the students who were coming in. I mean, she was flipping through the cards, knowing whether they were OCCA students.
They're handed to me with a student check mark in order by the gentleman out.
And there's timestamp, right?
Yes.
So I think the point is that the
not
policy gives
shuffling them.
preference to Orange Unified students. So then the rest of the 20, 30 minutes or whatever it is, it should be in order. And especially in an open session item, we're at 6 o'clock at night. So
Well, we're still talking and we're wasting more time. So
So-
maybe we talk about this later, like we can
Well, I
agenda
think we
this
need to
later.
really be cognizant
I
of the
think-
viewpoint discrimination because as one youngster said, they've been invited here to speak, which is fantastic, but
Again, this
that-
is a closed session item, and it's also in open session. So they'll also have an opportunity in open session to speak to this item as well.
Well, then
So
I would
not
ask-
anything's going to change from closed session to open session.
Then I would ask that we don't
So-
repeat the same issue in open session. Then we need to have some variety in voices in open session. If you're going to give another.
I don't think we ought to start trying to mix and mingle with our policies here. Just stick to
Just stick to it.
What we all
Stop
voted
waiting.
on. If you want to, excuse
So
me, I'm speaking now.
Actually, we are trying to adhere to our
So,
policy.
so I think if you want to bring this back and we can revisit it, well, let's do that. But this is not the time.
Well,
No, this is our policy.
This
You're
is
not
what
following the
we
policy.
always do. We start twisting and turning.
Just to assist
Okay.
the board with their
Mr.
conversation.
President, if there's outbursts like this, I mean, we should remove some of these folks.
We will. So again, it's 30 minutes. They have an opportunity in open session. It's not like it's not going to be presented in open session. So let's stop wasting time and let's just get to the cards so we can get to closed session and discuss this.
Are
So
you
let's
going to allow the
proceed.
superintendent to speak? He's said that he has something to say.
I just want to make sure that the board is aware, so that way that helps them with their conversation. Board bylaw 9323C states district students who have presented requests to speak will be allowed to speak before other individuals who have requested to speak. Now, on the card, it says student. So I think some people have checkmarked student, and that's how they've been sorted and handed to the clerk. Just wanted to let you know that, so that way that can help you with your conversation.
Well, then Trustee Minor would have to go through all the cards and see what OUSD students.
My understanding is that there are no OUSD student cards
Okay.
tonight.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So then all the cards should be read in the order of the timestamps.
Which they are.
Proceed.
Okay.
I'd like
Howard
a copy
Kim.
of all the cards at the next meeting, before, tomorrow, please. And the timestamps.
Good evening, board members. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a student that attends OCCA in the 7th grade. This decision you will make tonight is decisive in whether or not I will be able to go to high school at my beloved school, OCCA. This school is light years ahead of my experience with other previous schools. At our school, we just don't focus on intellectual virtue, but moral virtue. Personally, I have never thought about moral virtues and how to show them. I just thought you had to be nice to others. I realize that the topic of virtue goes deeper than one can expect, and our school dives right into it. Though we study moral virtue, we also build our intellectual virtues through a challenging, rich, and filling curriculum. So if you decide to vote yes tonight, it will be a great decision, providing for this community a new, prosperous asset. Thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Ariana? and then Abby.
Hi, my name is Ariana Casillas, and I'm a sixth grader at OCCA. I am privileged with the position of being Commissioner of Community and Culture for Upper School. A high school for Peralta would be so amazing. OCCA is my second home. The expansion to Peralta would ensure many free educations. OCCA's high school would mean that I can continue my amazing education at my school. OCCA is a wonderful school that teaches us to be better human beings. The virtues they teach help us grow in our hearts and minds. No high school would mean no classical education, no place for the 8th graders, and no discussions in how we treat others. Please say yes. Thank you for your time, and good night.
Abby, and then Luke Joseph, M.
Good evening, OUSD Board. I am honored to be speaking on behalf of my school. OCCA is an amazing school, and I would like to go here throughout high school. If you let us lease this school, which it would mean that the 8th graders would be able to graduate from high school here. OCCA has helped me with my IEP, and I would hate to have to go to a new school and get new help. I would like to continue going to OCCA, even if it means going through another board meeting, which I hope we don't have to. I struggle in some subjects, but I was taught to push through the hard and learn from it. That is what the school is all about. So please say yes to letting us lease this school for 25 years. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Luke Joseph, and then Hollyana Dawson.
Hello, my name is Luke Macias, and I live in Orange. I think you should help every student in the district. You're not helping our school. To help us, you can lease the Peralta site to OCCA. Our students would be glad to have an upper school. I would be glad too if you vote yes. Thank you.
After Hollyana is Annabelle Felix, Aaron Lee, Asher Pickett, Carrie Edlund, and Tina Arias Miller.
Good evening. I'm Hollyana, a current sixth grader at OCCA. I want you to let our school expand to a high school because this school is like my second home. OCCA is the only school that I feel like I fit in and that I'm safe. We are a school of kids with many different backgrounds. We want a place that teaches moral virtues and an education that allows kids to fully understand the world and how it works. Before I went to OCCA, I could barely read or do math. Now they are some of my best subjects. We teach what is good, beautiful, and true. This is OCCA. If you say no to a high school, you are saying no to a safe and good education for these students. And I want you to take the time to look at everybody who has come here to support us, and nobody would come here to support us if we weren't something special. Okay, thank you and good night. Good evening, OUSD Board. My name is Annabelle Felix, and I am a sixth grader at OCCA. Please vote yes to letting us have Peralta, because if we don't have the space for a high school, all the eighth graders, including my sister, would be forced to leave. Having a high school would mean so much for me, my family, and everyone at OCCA. If my sister would have to leave, we would be in different schools with different times, resulting in endless driving and late nights for my parents and other parents as well. Please let us lease Peralta for 25 years. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Board, for letting me speak tonight. My name is Aaron Lee, and I am a sixth grader at OCCA. I have been at the school ever since the start, and I would really love to see it grow and have a high school so that I can stay longer at the school that I love. OCCA teaches us how to be virtuous and gives us a classical education. I also have a lot of friends that I would like to stay longer with. Please let us have a high school so that I can graduate from OCCA High and have great memories. Thank you.
Okay, last for students is Asher Pickett, and then Carrie Edlund, and then Tina Miller.
Good evening, OUSD board members. My name is Asher Pickett, and I am in 4th grade at OCCA. I want this high school because I love my school. I love it so much, and I get to see my friends almost every day. But if we don't get this high school, I won't get to see my friends anymore when I get to high school. So please vote yes to let OCCA lease Peralta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I am an OUSD resident, and my 5th grade son spoke a little bit earlier and spoke about how important OCCA and attending OCCA for high school is to him. He has had more medical and learning challenges than most of us will experience in a lifetime, but he is absolutely thriving at OCCA. There is no other high school that he could attend that is like OCCA. I am pleading with you to approve the Peralta lease plan tonight so that he can attend OCCA through high school. Please do it for him and the many other children where classical education is the only learning that works for them. In addition to helping the OCCA kids, the approval of the lease will bring in much needed funds to help the kids in OUSD needing special programs. This decision to approve the 25-year lease will help all kids in the community, which is what everyone wants. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Tina Miller.
Good evening, Mr. President, esteemed board members, Superintendent Gonzalez. My name is Tina Arias Miller, trustee for RSCCD Rancho Santiago Community College District College Board. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the district. I'd like to share with you that the district and Santiago Canyon College are very interested in the purchase or long-term lease of the Peralta property as a public entity for the purpose of partnering with OUSD to build a middle college high school. We have had successful experience with an existing middle college high school with Santa Ana Unified School District. It would be our desire to invest with OUSD, its families, and its students to provide a college pathway experience in our public schools. If SCC and OUSD were to partner together to co-locate a middle college high school program in a property that OUSD currently holds, this would be a game changer for increasing enrollment while meeting the workforce needs of our health facilities in the city of Orange. Thank you very much for your time.
That was the 30th.
Okay, thank you. Adjourn to closed session.
There's another closed session item with comments.
It must have been, yeah. Okay. There are 1, 2, that's the same person. Oh, it's for a different item. They were all handed to me in one pile, excuse me. Oh, this is about 2D. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers on 2D.
Okay, go ahead, call the first one.
Okay, it's Jolynn, Scott, Michelle Weisenberg, Tina again, and Alex Broussard. Yeah.
Hi, this is about the property lease, the Peralta property. It is good to see there is other interest in the property, and we're talking about, this is Orange Lutheran specifically in this case. apparently we have a high priority property that the community college is interested, which would help our students. Just to be clear, OCCA, I'm sure, is an amazing school. It is not an OUSD school. So I know those very sweet kids came up and said, our school, it is their school, and we hope them the best, or at least I personally hope the best for them. But I want to make sure we're looking out for OUSD also, and that we're not just taking the first bite when there's these other offers like Orange Lutheran. And it does seem a little concerning that this is on the closed session, whether or not you knew it was on the closed session. You know, you're ready to go back and do it without even acknowledging it. And it's not on the action item. The other lease is on the action item, which somebody standing here, it seems like it's a little predetermined. But I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're looking out for our students and our school, which is amazing district, and that we're using this property for the best use, whether that is a lease to Orange Lutheran or OCCA, or doing a high school like that was just brought up that would benefit everyone. I want to make sure we're not just meeting the needs of some very nice people who are able to come here today and express themselves, but instead that we're looking at meeting the needs that are best for our district. Thank you.
I have Scott and then Michelle.
Good evening, board. Scott Resnick. All right. I have a lot of questions about the process for reviewing competing bids. Just learned there's a third competing bid that also benefits OUSD students and residents. Is it normal to have discussions in closed session with real property negotiations about a parcel that in about an hour you plan to lock into a lease with one of those entities while others are waiting for discussion? Mr. Ortega, you've expressed interest on multiple occasions to pull as much value out of a surplus property as possible. If you have two entities, now three, interested in the same parcel, why was there not a bidding war? Again, Mr. Ortega, OLU claims that they've been in discussions with the district since last year, meeting on 6 occasions. Have you asked around why 2 weeks ago was the first time you learned about it? Mr. Ortega, as the person who sets the agenda, once you learned of OLU's competing offer, why did you still rush through a special meeting and agendize the finalization of an agreement with another entity? And last question, Mr. Ortega, is it normal to enter into a discounted arrangement with an entity that owes you $1.7 million and then allow them to use the leased land as collateral to cover that debt? I'm certainly not the only one here with all these questions, but it seems like you plan on closing the book on Peralta for at least a decade and haven't answered a single question from stakeholders in the district.
Tie a yellow ribbon. Sorry, I won't touch it. I can touch it.
Hi, I'm Michelle Weisenberg. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer, and my concern is regarding the Peralta property that's being discussed tonight. So I'm wondering why is it that we are prioritizing OCCA, and we even have an action item on it when there is another school that has been also in talks for this, but there is no action item, and in fact, we haven't even heard about a proposal until today with OLU. Why has it that they've been in talks with the district, yet no one has even brought it out for OLU students to come in and talk, for OLU parents to come in and talk? Why is that not being discussed at all? Why is OCCA being prioritized? Especially now that it's come to light that OCCA owes OUSD $1.7 million in an overpayment that went to them, and instead of paying it back, they spent it, and now they have to pay it back to us. They'd entered into an MOU with the district last year for it, and yet we never heard about that, and now we're going to enter into a sweetheart deal for a property when there are two other, it looks like two, or at least OLU, competing bids on this, or competing interests in this property. It seems to me that we should take a step back and take a good look at all the offers that are out there, and not just the one from the entity where Mrs. Minor sends her kids, who funded Mrs. Minor's campaign, who funded John Ortega's campaign, who funded Angie Rumsey's campaign, who funded Rick Ledesma's campaign, who funded the No on the Recall campaign, and now we have SCC. So, thank you.
It is Tina's turn. Thank you. Okay. So it is Alex Broussard.
President Ortega, members of the board, including Ms. Minor and Mr. Ledesma that are about to get recalled. I have a simple question. Why is this agendized under Government Code 54956.8, which has to deal with negotiations regarding leases, when there has been no resolution by this board by 2/3 majority as required by Ed Code to accept bids for a lease? There has been no competitive bidding process for a lease. In fact, what we have, and what you guys are calling it, is a license with OCCA on the agenda for later tonight. So why are we empowering negotiators to negotiate on a lease when there has been no resolution passed that we're interested in even leasing the Peralta site? Obviously, we have competing bids. We have interest from Orange Lutheran. We have interest from one other entity that showed up and spoke today. But it's my understanding that there are dozens of other entities that would have interest in the Peralta site. So why aren't we doing this right? Why aren't we doing this pursuant to Education Code, taking a vote of the board, trying to pass a resolution that we're going to lease this property by 2/3? It's because you don't have 2/3. And as we have already heard, Madison Minor sends her kids to OCCA. You guys need to shove this down our throats before we recall Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma. Now, I heard this board call the document that they're going to enter into a license, but everybody else is calling it a lease. OCCA, at their board meeting, agendized it as a lease. A dozen OCCA kids got up here and spoke extremely eloquently and extremely passionately, and they're wonderful kids, I'm sure, but they all called it a lease too. There's case law out there that says if it quacks like a duck, it waddles, it's got feathers, lives in a pond, it's a duck. You guys are trying to pass a lease and pass it off as a license and ignore competitive bids, ignore the Education Code, and it's not going to stand. Y'all are going to get sued for it. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, adjourned to closed session
excuse
at
me.
6:20. Thanks.
I'd like to make a comment before we adjourn. I'd like to make a comment, please. All right? No, I'd like to make a comment because it pertains to closed session. No, I'd like to make
Closed
a
session.
comment. No, I'd like to make a comment right now. I'd like to thank, first of all the speakers for coming, especially the children. I commend you for coming here because I know it's hard and you're advocating for your school. At our last meeting, Trustee Minor's own son appeared before this board and asked us to approve
Okay, this
the
is
Peralta
not
property.
called for,
If
so
this
please
is a
stop.
contract is approved.
We are not to speak.
No, Trustee Minor's son
Adjourned to
and
closed session
family
at
will
6:20.
be benefiting.
You have to make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Ortega. You don't.
Like my raspy voice.
Well, it's kind of disrupting the meeting. Okay, if we can call the meeting to order, please. I apologize about the delay. We had some items to talk about. Call the session at 7:29. If you would join me with Ms. Hoffman in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, on to report of closed session.
No reports from closed session.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Minor. Mr. Ledesma, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Passed 7-0. On to 4A, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, Mr. President. We wanted to just highlight a few things. First, the OUSD's Honor Band and Orchestra will be performing at Chapman University in Memorial Hall on March 19th with Honors Orchestra at 6:30 and Honors Band at 7:30. This event is open to the public with free admission and parking. We expect over 700 people in attendance for this wonderful community event. Featuring our very talented student musicians and instructors. In addition, our vocal music festival and honors choir performance will take place at 7 p.m. on April 5th in the at the Orange United Methodist Church, which is near the Orange Circle. And these performances are a highlight of our elementary, middle, and high school students, and we highly recommend you attending, especially if you haven't seen our student musicians perform. They are extremely talented, and it's always wonderful to see them perform and shine. And our Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation was instrumental in getting the space at Chapman, and I think it is free, but I believe there may be some ticketing and some registrations that you may need to do. So I just want to let you know that. Also, for the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, they do have their grants, teacher grants happening right now. So the application grants are open until March 1st, and the grant project must serve students or staff of OUSD and align with the mission to provide equitable opportunities for all students. During the 22-23 school year, they provided over $45,000 worth of awards across 27 schools. And so we're looking forward to seeing how the grants are used this year. I also wanted to point out that Villa Park High School was one of 9 campuses honored by the College Board with a 2023 AP Computer Science Female Diversity Award for their work towards equal gender representation by engaging more female students in computer science. Since 2016, the College Board has honored schools that reach 50% or higher female examinee representation in both in one or both AP Computer Science courses. So I'd like to commend Villa Park High School for receiving that prestigious award. And lastly, I'd like to say that last night at Almadena High School, they hosted many families and students for their showcase and community open house. And are you going to talk about that more? Okay, so I will stop there, but it was a great event, and I do want to point out that Canyon High Schools is coming on February 21st, and Gia, are you going to talk about that? I will stop there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. On to item 4B, Board President's Report. I would like to just mention that I appreciate that will be addressed at the end. Thank you.
Sorry, wait,
so-
hold on. Blue cards on the president's address are at the end? Why?
Yes.
Why?
because it's at the end. This is the board president's report.
Right, but if they're talking about the board presidents, what you've made in your reports, then that's fair to agendize.
It is not.
It is.
It is
Board
not.
president, that's not part of the agenda, isn't it? It's not an action item, it's not an information item. It's not, it's not something that's,
It's just not.
Well,
So
how many
therefore,
speakers are there? Is it going to take a whole bunch of time?
regardless. So onto that is going to be.
Hold on a second, you can't just change the rules. We've always done this. We've always had speakers before an agenda item, and why are you not doing this?
it's not an agenda
It's-
item.
it's not an
The
agenda
Agenda
item.
items are, I mean, we need to define agenda. Agenda items are action and information and consent. That's the business of the board.
That is correct. And so that 4B will be taken at the end.
You allowed people to speak on adoption of agenda in the past.
Again, we're
I
going
probably did it wrong.
We're that's good. We've done a lot of things before. And so right now, that's going at the end.
Well, I just want to say on the
Mr.
record
President,
that I think
again,
this is not a,
outburst.
Enough, okay?
this is not,
This is the board president's report. You can speak next when it comes to board recognition of public and staff, okay? So stop interrupting. So what I wanted to say is that I appreciate you understanding that we did have to make a change in our location due to the inclement weather. We've all been through this, for the last several days with it in that manner. So I truly appreciate you. I truly appreciate the staff in preparing Villa Park for the potential of the meeting, and also with our maintenance and operation, and they're going to have a tremendous amount of work ahead of them with the rainstorms that have occurred. So I just want to thank all of our staff in preparation for it. They did a wonderful preparation. So I truly appreciate that and appreciate them for their due diligence of checking all the boxes to make sure that everything was going to be addressed. And also, as been mentioned about our showcases and things that are occurring, there's a lot of positive things happening in our school district right now, so that's a great thing. And so we just want to continue moving forward in a very positive manner. I know some things have been brought to light, and I just wanted to share and ask. I know I didn't ask them before ahead of time, but some of the things that we've been doing, because the public's been asking about it, about Orange Unified School District is not in this campaign at all. Our schools are not in this campaign at all. I know there's been some information, there's been some misrepresentation of our schools in this campaign, and that is a misrepresentation in such a way. And I believe Mr. Gonzalez has sent a letter out to the campaigns and also to the principals to let them know that they can address their communities appropriately, that school is not involved in the campaign, nor is Orange Unified School District involved in the campaign. So I just want to make that crystal clear, or is about as clear as the day is long. So hopefully that can alleviate some questions, concerns. And like I said, this letter just went out late last week, so everyone should have received it by now, being notified in reference to the education code and the laws related to it. So hopefully this puts an end to a lot of stuff so that we can continue to move forward, that we're not Orange Unified involved with this, nor are our schools. And again, I'm a broken record, but I want to make it crystal clear, our schools are being misrepresented right now, and that is completely incorrect in how they're going about doing that. So anyway, so let's move forward. We have a big meeting ahead of us, and on to board recognition of students, staff, and community. Is somebody, go ahead.
I got to visit Villa Park High School last week, and it was an awesome visit. I got to see a bunch of the teachers in action, and I got to look over the campus. There wasn't any water damage yet, but Principal McHouston shared some of the ramps that he had purchased kind of proactively in case flooding happened, because there is a portion on the blacktop that gets pretty flooded. And so he took it out of his own budget, which I thought was really nice of him. And I also got to visit the ASB room and see Mr. Tran and the rest of the leadership on campus. They did a fantastic job leading their meeting, and how they conducted it was really awesome to see them. And I look forward tomorrow. I'll be back at Villa Park High School again for a French wedding, which I will understand none of, but I'm excited to be there because I got to go last year. My daughter was in the wedding last year. It was a hot mess because she just ran everywhere. But hopefully this year she'll walk down the aisle straight. So I look forward to that tomorrow.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Erickson?
Sure. And this is on behalf of the community. For the second time, Mr. Ortega has been slapped with a letter from the First Amendment Coalition for his threats to the campaigns at the last meeting. And I think that when you're giving a report and you're throwing in your opinion, and that opinion is not just reporting on something, then it's appropriate to allow public comment on that. And I think that that violates the rules. I think it's appropriate for people to be able to address that. And as I said, for the second time in a row, you've received a letter from the First Amendment Coalition saying that you violated the First Amendment rights of individuals. Again, we're stacking speakers so that adults don't have an opportunity to speak, and it is viewpoint discrimination.
Well, how is
Absolutely.
this part of the community?
Because
This
I'm
is a-
addressing you, because there's
Okay,
no
but-
other opportunity.
But this
You
isn't
cut
about the
everybody
community.
off.
This isn't about the community. So is there
It
something
is
about the
the
community?
community, because the
No, it's not.
community wants to be heard.
No.
The community
Enough.
wants to be heard.
I should have an opportunity to be heard on that.
Excuse me. One more outburst
Okay.
and you're out.
It's all right. That is my comment on behalf of the community, and I think that it's wrong. I think it's absolutely wrong that you are shutting people up, including your fellow board members. But that said, I wanted to, it's been busy. I did go by the Villa Park High School showcase, and it was a really wonderful time. All of the feeder schools did an amazing job. There was a lot of talent there, both by the Villa Park students and by all of the feeder schools as well, and it was just a lot of fun. I was able to go by Elmo for 2 seconds last night, but very good job over there as well. And last week I was able to go to a Galentine's celebration with Chapman Hills moms, and that was really fun for me. It was kind of a return home. That's where I started. My kids went to started in kindergarten at Chapman Hills. Made some of my very great friends there in the kindergarten pickup line. And it was just really nice to see that community and to see these moms all coming together, just like we did when I was there, to raise money and to really do a lot to help the students at Chapman Hills. So I appreciate being invited to the event. I will also be at the French wedding tomorrow, and also on Monday, I'll be going to the STEM Teacher of the Year Award, and congratulations to Karen Barone for that award. Great job.
Anyone next? Ms. Yamasaki?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for jumping through hoops to try to make the meeting happen over at Villa Park. From my understanding, it was a lot of work, a lot of time and effort to try to make that work. It was highly unusual for the board president to make a unilateral decision without consulting the entire board. I did not get an adequate explanation as to why it was necessary to move our meeting over there. That being said, I would like to recommend that in the future, if we have any other meetings that's not going to be in this boardroom, that we discuss it as a board so that we give adequate notice. I just felt like that moving it back here could potentially be a violation of the Brown Act because we did not notice the public adequately. So in the future, please let us know if you want to move the board meeting to another venue and state the reason why. I would also like to, first of all, I attended the OUC PTA Reflections ceremony this week. It took place here in the boardroom. Art pieces, including visual arts, photography, dance choreography, literature, and music compositions were created by OUSD students and were on display. A huge thank you to our PTA volunteers, our PTA reflection coordinators at each of the schools. It's a complicated process. They do it at the school level, and then the winners from the school level goes up to the council level, and then the council level goes up to the district level, and the district goes to the state and then national. So there's lots of layers, and we've had students go up to the state level before, and it's very exciting. I mean, they have thousands and thousands of children who participate in this program, and I'm grateful for the volunteers that made it happen for our students. I also attended the Galentines over at Chapman Hills and also the Villa Park Showcase. It was a lot of fun. Since Trustee Erickson talked about it, I will just leave it there. And I also wanted to mention that yesterday I had an opportunity to speak to a Girl Scout troop from No Canyon Elementary School. They wanted to hear from someone in leadership, and they wanted to talk about the stereotypes and challenges. And they asked so many great questions, and it was great to be in front of kids. The last thing is, this Saturday is Lunar New Year. And I'm looking forward to checking out all the Lunar New Year celebrations at our schools. We have one coming up next week at Canyon High School, put on by the Mandarin immersion program. And so that's always a lot of fun. So if anybody wants to attend, it's on February 15th at Canyon High School. But I understand it's going to be crowded. I just want to wish everyone a Gong Hei Fa Choi to all those who celebrate.
Thank you. Ms. Page?
Thank you. Yes, so the Lunar New Year celebration will be at 6:30 at Canyon High, and all the MIP students from kinder all the way up are preparing for that celebration. So in addition to singing songs in Mandarin, they're going to study calligraphy, and that's what's going to be hanging along the walls inside the Canyon High School PAC. It's the Performing Arts Center. And then also a couple weeks ago, I attended the Orange Showcase, which was completely filled with performances in the Dome. And then every feeder elementary school was able to show off all the fantastic programs that they have to offer. So students in the elementary school can visit the high school and also visit the farm that they have. And I'll let Nancy share a little bit more of the highlights that are going on there. But I also wanted to give props to everyone who's worked so hard to promote a lot of these showcases, not just students preparing for performances, but to their teachers, their administrators, and even a lot of district staff. That takes a lot of hours and effort to really promote, because these showcases are not just for our students, but for our community to come in and be able to see all the fantastic work that's happening in Orange Unified. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. On to who? Oh, sorry.
I just want to do a quick PSA very quickly in regards to board recognition of staff, students, and community. I know last week we had our amazing Spartacon. Thank you for everybody that came. But several parents raised concerns to me about people wearing recall shirts, teachers included. I believe that there's a time and place for politics. Our school sites should not be it. And unfortunately, I was giving tours, right? And this is an opportunity where I get to highlight some of our amazing facilities and academic programs. When somebody's wearing a recall shirt, whether it be political or not, including no recall shirt, I just wanted to mention that these places are not for politics. Unfortunately, there's a lot of politics in our community right now, especially when it's very polarizing. And our schools, especially our high schools, should not be places where you bring in your polarization, whether you be yes recall or no recall. So please keep your politics out. That's all I ask. Thank you. And I should mention I should mention, I did speak to Superintendent Gonzalez, and while it is legally permissible, it is severely inappropriate, as several parents have raised these concerns to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Lucero? Or
So we were good evening, Mr. Ortega, Superintendent Gonzalez, and board members. We were the first school to have the showcase in the district, and we had over 2,000 people on our campus, including our feeder schools, parents, and community members. It was a great opportunity to show off everything all the students in our schools are working hard for. We had our feeder schools band, dances, and spirit squads, and we also had an opportunity to share all of our CTE classes on campus. For those that don't know, my school, Orange High School, is an avid demonstration school, and just last week we were revalidated being the only school in the district that is a demo school and one of the very few schools in the country that's a demonstration school. Yesterday we had a STEM day at Yorba Middle School, and we were welcomed by many of the staff and students. We brought our choir, our CTE courses, cheer, and band, and we got to interact with all the Yorba students inside their classrooms and during lunch. We had all our CTE pathways involved in one class or another, and we had their multi-purpose room to showcase all our programs at Orange High School, and many of them were excited to see our Orange High School stickers and our Spider Lab and a lot of other things. Today on campus, we had a RAPA Day, which is our visible and performing arts. This is a way for us to show everything that all our seniors have been working hard for. This is for freshmen, sophomore, and juniors. We had band in the dome, choir and dance, and our song team. We also hosted an alumni baseball game. We had close to 100 people, alumni and students, involved in the game. It was a lot of fun. We also had our OHS medical pathway students go to UCI with the urology department. Apologies if I said that wrong. But it was a great way for students to learn how to be active in that pathway and career. We also hosted a parent university teaching our parents of our Panthers about college applications, FAFSA information, and all our senior events like graduation schedules and grad night. And we're also going to host a FAFSA workshop for our parents February 24th from 8 to 12. And this, we have our WASP visit during March. And this week we have a pep rally to announce our winter formal court. Our winter formal theme is fantasy ball, similar to Valentine's theme. We're also going to have a banda, so I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening, President Ortega, Superintendent Gonzalez, and board members. So we didn't have a busy week like them or anybody else, but we're doing a few things. So we're welcoming our new career tech, Ms. Rayevsky, I think is how you say it. Sorry if I mispronounced her name. For Valentine's Day, we are doing a few things. So first off, for now, we just finished working on door decorating. It's been raining a lot, so I don't know where people are like putting their posters, but we made like door decorating posters, and we are also starting to sell candygrams. They're cute. They're like little they're like little cards, and it comes with a little bag of candies. And then we did a newlyweds game for RHTV. Basically, we got couples and bestie duos, and they answered a few questions at the end. Whoever had the most points got a Starbucks gift card. And then we did do lolly compliments, which is like lollipops with compliments. We went around the school and gave them to some students and had them read them. So it will be on the RHTV YouTube channel if you guys want to look that up. And then we're also doing Fun February Friday, which is like kind of like a little game thingy. Sorry. and we're gonna be playing. We're gonna pick up like little candies with chopsticks. We're also gonna do penny tower and a water balloon toss. And then last but not least, it's Counselor Appreciation Week this week, so we're gonna be surprising Miss Rodriguez tomorrow with a few things throughout the day. I don't want to give out too much detail because I don't want her to see
it's a
this.
surprise.
Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I know we're only a few days into February, but we've had a lot going on our campus per usual. But the last few weeks, we've had FAFSA workshops hosted for our seniors, and that was hosted by our SEC representatives, and they presented in our English and Gov and Econ classes, and I found those to be very helpful. Our Red Cross Club also hosted their second blood drive of this academic year, and there was a lot of participation, and we gave a lot of blood, so that was really exciting. And then our Vanguard Dance Company, which is our varsity dance team, performed last weekend at the Halo Dance for Autism event, which is where a bunch of other high schools come together and we all dance, and all of the proceeds go directly to families impacted from autism. And the theater was quite packed. There was only a few seats left, so I'm really excited to see how much money was raised from that. And then our Elmo Showcase, like was mentioned earlier, that was yesterday for all of our feeder schools. So Santiago and McPherson came. And in our gym, we had all of our sports teams with their tables and their awards to present to our new incoming students. And then in our library, we had the CTE pathways. I got to present dance, since dance is a CTE pathway and a varsity sport. And we also had performances by our high school teams and our VAPA areas, which is like dance, cheer, and pom, and then some of the middle school students also were able to perform. So I enjoyed watching that as well. And we are continuing to work on our Spirit Week, which is coming up in March. As everyone knows, if you've ever heard of Elmo, it's like our biggest event we do. So we have work days that are ongoing for that. And we have a Valentine's Day coffee night tomorrow night, and that's for all of our VAPA teams to perform, so choir and band and all of that, and any student can perform in that. And they will be selling Valentine's Day grams, which are their singing Valentines, and it's my favorite thing choir does probably, and it's where they deliver a gram on Valentine's Day, and they will sing to not only the person they're delivering it to, but the whole entire class. So I'm really excited to send some of those out. And lastly, I wanted to congratulate our girls water polo and our girls and boys wrestling teams for making it to CIF.
Good evening, everyone. So about a week ago, we had our winter pep rally, and it was really fun. We had a few dance performances from our winter season sports, and we had a lot of games. I think the crowd favorite game was blindfolded musical chairs with the teachers. It was really fun to watch, as you can imagine. It was very entertaining. As for our winter sports, we have girls water polo, boys soccer, girls and boys basketball all qualifying for CIF championships, with boys basketball in round 2 as of last night. And our girls and boys wrestling have 14 players qualified for individual championships for CIF this season as well. And in addition, we have our cheer and song teams going to Florida for nationals this month. And our varsity song team is having a showcase in the big gym on February 15th at 7 p.m. if anyone wants to go and support. We had Club Carnival today, and it's going on tomorrow. It's basically where every club on campus, we have about 100 clubs, they all set up a booth and they advertise their clubs to all the students, and the students can walk around and join whatever clubs they want. So that's always a highlight of the month. We do that twice a year. And then, as you mentioned earlier, we have our annual Canyon High School Showcase on Wednesday, February 21st, and everyone is welcome to come and see everything that Canyon has to offer. The feeder schools will be in the quad from 5 to 6 p.m., and then everything else will be from 6 to 7:30 p.m. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, on to CTE month proclamation. And this is Mrs. Lisa Green, as you all know. Now I understand how you speak up here, so it's kind of challenging. February 2024 has been designated National Career and Technical Education CTE Month to honor students who have chosen to pursue career and technical education as a means of acquiring real-world skills to compete in the workforce. And so I offer this proclamation on behalf of the Board of Education and Orange Unified for CTE Month itself. So if you would like to say a few words.
I just want to say thank you. I'm Board President Ortega, board members, cabinet, our community, our students and teachers. We just want to thank you all for all of your support for career technical education. Career technical education serves such an important purpose for our students. It really gives them engaging environments to learn in where they're learning technical skills along with their academic skills. And it really prepares our students for the high demand, high wage jobs of the future. So we really feel in Orange Unified that CTE is making our students future ready. So thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, under item 4E.
Thank you. Ms. Knibb will present on this item.
Good evening. Tonight we celebrate our You've Got the Edge Employee of the Month program for February. 2 awards are given each month during the school year to employees who exemplify one or more of the district's core values. This month we recognized J.J. Hall, teacher at Palmyra Gate Magnet, and Karina Hernandez, instructional assistant at Levita Elementary School. Both JJ and Karina were surprised at their school sites with news of the recognition. They awarded with a customized OUSD tumbler, gift cards from Schools First Federal Credit Union and the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, and a framed Employee of the Month certificate. Additionally, their portraits will be displayed in the external display case outside the boardrooms. We have a slideshow this evening to highlight each of our honorees. First, we have the honor of surprising J.J. Hall, teacher at Palmyra Gate Magnet. Principal Christina Bletterman had this to say about J.J. J.J. exemplifies Orange Unified's core value of excellence. She is a positive, influential force on campus and a school site leader. She is also an outstanding special education teacher. Her instructional skill set creates positive learning opportunities for her students and meets their academic needs. She goes over and above to meet all students' varied needs. The work JJ does with each student and how she interacts with parents is notable. JJ represents all the core values in OUSD, but excellence is her standout trait. Palmyra is fortunate to have JJ as part of the team. Next, we have the honor of surprising Karina Hernandez, instructional assistant at Levita Elementary School. Principal Lana Murha had this to say about Karina. Karina is a highly valued staff member at Levita. Not only does Karina support the instructional program within the TK classroom, but she also provides endless support for the youngest students on campus. Karina can turn any TK frown upside down with her magical skill set. She consistently goes out of her way to ensure the TK students feel safe, loved, and valued at Levita. We are proud to have Karina as part of our team, and we thank her for the impact she makes on students and the overall culture of our school. Both JJ and Karina are watching with their family and friends at home this evening and have recorded a message with the communications team that will be shared on OUSD's social media platforms. So that's a little plug. If you haven't followed us on Instagram, check us out. Congratulations again to JJ Hall and Karina Hernandez, and thank you both for your dedication and devotion to the students of the Orange Unified School District.
Okay, on to 6. Then we go,
We have 14 comments on item 7A.
okay. All right, let's proceed. How many, I'm sorry?
14.
14?
So 2 minutes each.
Yes.
So I'm going to call a couple of you. Jay Hickman. Okay. Ariston. Samara. Alexander Tran. Jimmy Falk. And Ella Chang. Do you want to line up, please? So first up is Jay Hickman.
Good evening, OUSD board members, parents, student, and concerned parties. My name is Jay Hickman. I am a sophomore at Villa Park High School, and I swim for the Villa Park Spartans swim team. I'm here tonight to give my support for building the 50-meter swimming pool at Villa Park High School, a pool that we deserve and that is long overdue. Building a 50-meter pool is not just for the high school, but it's for the community. There's no doubt that Villa Park High School needs a new pool. Ours is outdated, towels are broken, the plaster is chipped, the pump and heater are outdated and break too often. Building a 50-meter pool is the only clear choice as it offers so much versatility compared to a 25-yard or 30-meter pool like El Medina's pool. With a 50-meter pool, the high school can run swimming and water polo practices at the same time smaller pools cannot. We will be able to host big swimming and water polo invitationals that would be impossible in a small facility. I am sure that the local businesses at the Villa Park Town Center will enjoy having 400 plus competitors and their parents seeking food options at their establishments. In closing, In closing, I would like to restate that the Villa Park High School needs to be replaced. It's outdated and in despair. A 50-meter pool is the only clear choice. It is more versatile and more functional, and more profitable than a smaller pool. With the help of the City of Villa Park and Villa Park High School Aquatics promoting a vast array of aquatics programs, I already mentioned, the OUSD will see the success of the pool. The Villa Park community and business will benefit, and the Villa Park Aquatics program will thrive. Thank you for your time.
Ariston.
Good evening, board. My name is Ariston De Leon. As a 10th grader at Villa Park High School and swim member, I urge you to approve the Olympic-sized pool to be built at Villa Park High. Approval will reflect a long-term vision that can be creative and flexible, that can envision collaboration with our OUSD high schools in the cities of Orange and Villa Park, not only to support our own students, but also provide opportunities to gain not just the partnerships, but financial profits as well. Having been personally trained at Irvine Willett Aquatic Center, I know it can be done. Irvine High has access to 2 Olympic-sized pools and is expanding. Irvine has profitability in working with their schools, city, and community that has benefited even me, an outsider. However, both the girls and boys Villa Park swim teams were league champions last year. We need to invest in Villa Park High School Aquatics now. Please consider the privilege of having the first and only long course pool in OUSD and the benefits it offers. The experts have said our current pool needs to be replaced. I'm appealing to all of you. It is our turn. Please say yes to the pool. Again, thank you.
Is it Samara or Samara? Samara.
Hello, board, and thank you for hearing me. I'm Samara De Leon, 5th grader at VPE, and I'm a swimmer too. Training with Orca along with my 2 older siblings, I want my brother and my sister, who are both in Villa Park High, to have a great pool, the best pool. When I reach high school in 3 years, I'd like to swim there too. If you are not a swimmer, I want you to know that in swimming, size does matter. Even I figured that out. My first time competing in long course was weird because I practiced in a short course pool. The Olympic standard is the long course pool. More high schoolers are competing in long course now. In our high schools, football, baseball, basketball, soccer, even track and field, to name a few, compete in full-size fields. Just like the pros, we can do the same for swimming. We can attract many of the best swimmers to come to Villa Park High. Just as OUSD supports many sports, I hope that this time you can approve a really good pool that will be the best for a long time for our community and others. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Trustees. Alexander Tran, Orange Unified School District Student Board Member for Villa Park High School. I recall that a little over a year ago, we first discussed the issues with the Villa Park pool during the February meeting, and I had the opportunity to sit pro tempore for former Student Board Member Hope Camara. A little over a year ago, little over a year later, we continue to use that facility, and a little over a year later, do we continue to bicker over the politics that discerns this aquatic center. A little over a year ago, estimations put us at $28 million for this project. Today, it is only $60 million. Millions of dollars which could have been invested back into our students, now dispersed only to appease the skeptics. For the skeptics, I shall say this. The only way to protect public education is to enhance it. And the first step to achieve that is with this aquatic center. From the start of this conversation, the question has never been about conflicts of interest, for there is currently none. From the start of this conversation, the question has never been about fiscal responsibility, for we would have a remainder of $15 million in a facilities fund. But from the start of this conversation, it has always been what is right and what is wrong, and it is unanimous that the deprivation of this aquatic facility is most certainly the latter. I urge the board to continue viewing this matter with that exact lens and make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have Jimmy, Ella, Gavin Cortez, Lucy, and then John Sanks.
Members of the Board of Education, my name is Jimmy Falk, and I've been involved in student leadership for many years at various OUSD schools, Villa Park Elementary, Saravilla Middle School, and now here at Villa Park High School. I believe that adequate facilities are fundamental to our athletes and the environment that begets them. This has previously been true for our aquatic program here at Villa Park High School, which has begotten the most Olympic swimmers out of any high school in the County of Orange. I say previously true, as unfortunately, many of our athletes within the area have fled Orange Unified to neighboring districts, where their facilities are actually up to date. By approving this pool, this is an opportunity to attract and retain, potentially bringing in tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for our OUSD schools. As an athlete who is not in aquatics, I use the pool for track, and then our other athletic programs such as PE and many other sports around our school also use the pool, so it will be beneficial just not for aquatic students, but for other athletics around the campus. Villa Park High School is special, and we house the ORCA program, and for many, the Villa Park pool is considered home. But we need renovations severely. This is an investment not just into the public education of our students, but for our schools. Please approve the pool. Thank you.
Ella Chang.
Dear OUSD Board, my name is Ella Chang, and as freshman class president, I would like to state my full support for this aquatic center. Having friends in our aquatic program, I recognize the importance that this new facility would have for them. Besides our swim and polo kids, hundreds of students in various sports teams and PE classes use our pool. This facility is the center of our campus, and to have this 50-meter pool would be an exemplary form of our advancement and investments in our students. Please approve the pool. Thank you.
Gavin.
Dear members of the board, my name is Gavin Cortez, and I'm currently freshman class vice president at Villa Park High School. Although I do not play polo or swim, I stand in full solidarity for the pool with my fellow students who do play in our amazing aquatic program. As a student athlete, I understand the importance of having up-to-date facilities. They provide not only a safe athletic environment, but one that allows our athletes to prosper both personally and academically. Members of the board, a vote for our pool is a vote for our students. Thank you.
Lucy. And then John Sanks, Alex Broussard, Jenny Sloan, and Missy. Oh, and then Nicole Jones, sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent, President Ortega, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Lucy Flynn, and I'm a sophomore at Villa Park High School. I've been swimming for 10 out of the 16 years of my life, and I would really appreciate if you guys could approve the new pool. Many of you may not realize that aquatics is not a small community. It is actually rather large, and a new pool would benefit our school in more ways than one. I would really just like to say that it's the right decision and it's the way to go, and I do believe that we need this pool sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a parent. I'm a homeowner. And I understand that you need the pool and you're moving forward with this, but I do have some questions because I want to make sure that as the school district moves forward, there's adequate cost controls that are in place here. So if I'm understanding this right, you're planning to give an award to the construction contractor who would ultimately build the pool. Tonight, you're planning to authorize about $45,000 in pre-construction expenditures out of a $13 million planned construction cost. That's what's in the draft resolution. That's about 0.3% of fee that has been negotiated at this time. Were full costs for the final construction submitted with the proposals that NEF and the others sent? And if so, what are they? Is there any kind of an enforceable cost commitment that's being established on NEF construction that's going to go into place today? What I don't understand is how have we determined that they're the best value contractor at this time if the final design is incomplete? How complete is the design? Are we 10, 50, 90? That's not reflected in the agenda description tonight. If we do award this, are we losing the ability to solicit competitive bids on the full design once the actual design is in place? This is the majority of the cost. What I'm wondering is, why are we not using a third-party construction manager, engineering type firm to go and do these pre-construction services that need to be completed, and then use that to prepare a final design and put the construction out to bid so you can have competitive cost proposals from everybody who might be interested in building this facility? It feels like you're putting the cart before the horse by awarding the construction before the fee has been properly established. So I just want to make sure we have the proper financial controls in place as you move forward with this construction. Thank you.
Okay, I have Alex, then Jenny, then Missy, then Nicole Jones.
My name is Alex Brusaw. I am a parent of a student in the district. I'm a homeowner in the district. The reason that I'm speaking to this item is because just this last April, a Riverside County judge sentenced Ted Rossi, a former assistant superintendent of Corona Norco Unified, to state prison on charges that he embezzled more than $1 million in money earmarked for school construction projects. He faced 31 felony counts of money laundering and other charges stemming from his time as facilities director. According to the plea he reached, he would order a construction firm to shift money from one school project to another by depositing money into his personal account. Now, why does this matter? Everybody's wondering what's going on with this. It was Neff Constructions. And because of that, Neff Construction was implicated in that fraud. The Riverside County Office of Education produced a report that was emailed to you earlier today regarding the Corona Norco Unified School District. It's over 70 pages. And what I'd like to know is whether these actions by Neff Construction were considered in awarding them this contract. Did you consider that they participated previously in fraud before awarding them a contract of which you're authorizing $44,000 and then trusting them that they're going to go and do the rest without upcharging you, without doing any of that? Now, why is this being rushed so much? It was previously mentioned that Orca uses the facility. John Ortega has a family member that swims for Orca and reportedly another one that works there. So is John Ortega benefiting his family? I don't know. These questions need to be asked. These things don't need to be rushed. This is a lot of money, guys. Do better.
You're on record for slanderous remarks on that. So,
Mr. Ortega,
no, your
you
mic
don't
is cut
understand.
off.
You need to check with
your
your
mic is cut off. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. Go sit down. You are done. You're done and out of order. Now sit down.
Jenny Sloan, and then Missy, and then Nicole Jones.
Members of the board, I'm a parent of two OUSD kids. I own a home, I pay taxes. Look, I know the pool is in bad shape and it needs to be replaced. All of our pools are aging. Yeah, Irvine has a great pool. And the reason is because they passed bond measures. Everywhere that they need pools, which are huge expenses, they pass bond measures. And bond measures are agreed upon by voters, taxpayers, parents, parents' rights. So we can't just take our basic money that's supposed to go to infrastructure for all kinds of other repairs and just decide that we need this pool like right now, because we have plans. There is a plan to fix up our elementary schools, many of which were built in the 60s and 70s. This plan has been in the books for years. It was finished in 2021. You can go look it up online. It is ready to go. We know exactly what we're going to fix and where, but we can't do it because we're going to build a pool. And I understand you need a pool. You have to get the community to agree. It's too much money to just kind of grab money out of the fund. You have to go to the voters. This is the way it's done in all the other cities that have great pools. Yes, kids have left our schools because of this, because the other cities got their stuff together and got the bond measures passed.
Good evening, board trustees. My name is Missy, and I was born and raised in Orange. In 9th grade, I joined the swim team at El Medina High School. In 10th grade, we started the very first girls' water polo team. I spent a large portion of my high school career inside of the Elmo pool. The aquatics community is such an incredible community to be a part of. It's unfortunate to hear that the Villa Park pool continually breaks down and needs to be fixed. I feel for these swimmers whose practices can be very rigorous with multiple per day. Having to skip can make a big difference, especially when training for big meets or water polo tournaments. As an OUSD resident and taxpayer, I find this to be unacceptable, and I'm so glad that you've been searching diligently for a solution. I urge you to vote yes on the Villa Park Aquatic Center project. I would also like to note how important it is to approve a 50-meter pool. This will be a wonderful asset to the OUSD aquatics community at large. OUSD will be able to host multi-level practices at once, as well as host invitationals, which will expand the aquatics program within OUSD. Please vote yes to approve this pool. Thank you so much for your time.
Superintendent Gonzalez and board, I am a parent of 3 past and current OUSD aquatics athletes, and they are the second generation in my family to swim at Villa Park High School. When I first started my kids in this district at Villa Park Elementary, a friend of mine was told by an OUSD employee that Villa Park would never have nicer schools than Orange because they didn't want that perception out there in the community. Unfortunately, in my experience in OUSD for almost 20 years, I have absolutely found that to be true. It has been all too easy for El Medina parents to get up here and argue against a pool for Villa Park with their new stadium, their new baseball facilities, and their new pool. Villa Park High School has 0 standalone signature programs. When I asked a district administrator what VP's signature program was, because they said we had one, I was told it was the Spider Lab. The Spider Lab that all our other high schools have as well. That is not the same thing as Canyon's unique aviation program or El Medina's culinary program. Villa Park students deserve something that makes us unique from the other schools in our district. Our kids should not be second-class citizens. Our pool is down right now. We do not have a pool to use. We do not know where we are going to be starting our swim season. Now you finally have a chance to make a difference for our kids. Please approve a 50-meter pool at Villa Park High School.
Okay, thank you for your comments, all of you. On to 7A. For the authorization of the award for the RFP 2324-911. That's a good one. Did you
Yeah, thank you, President Ortega, distinguished board members. We have started a process back in August when we met with the board to talk about a leaseback as a delivery method. We then subsequently, the board showed interest. We passed board resolutions, board policies to allow us to use that delivery method. We have also gone through a process, an RFP process, an extensive process to work with our purchasing team and our legal team to identify potential bidders for the project. I'm going to allow Mr. Yeoman to explain what that was. He was our counsel sitting on the interviews. He has, my understanding, he has processed over 100 RFP processes for leaseback. So we're happy to have someone with his level of experience, having done this for a number of years. So I'm going to refer this to Mr. Yeoman to able to answer any questions, and I think address some of the things, some of the concerns that we just heard from the community. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Yeoman.
Thank you so much. The leaseback has been a very popular delivery method for at least 15, 20 years. And as Mr. Rivera said, I've probably done more than 100 of RFPs using the leaseback. And I think the main takeaway is that using leaseback allows for an early collaboration between the selected contractor and the architect to try to develop the site plans, the drawings, contain the costs, and they're working toward DSA approval. So by the time they get DSA approval, they have collaborated on all the aspects leading up to establishing what the guaranteed maximum price is going to be. And then the board, through another resolution, would approve the construction, but only after the DSA has given its approval. It differs from the design bid build that another speaker had mentioned, because there you have your DSA approval before you go out to bid, but you lose the ability for that early collaboration to try to save money going into the process. And the design bid build is also a more confrontational process where you have change orders. And on the design bid build, it's just more confrontational. You have more issues that are coming up. Where on the leaseback, in my experience, it's almost always very collaborative, and almost always the bunnies are left over, come back to the district at the end. Very seldom, in my experience, is the full GMP actually used. And so a lot of times it's also done quicker too, because you're having all the central parties working together for a common good. And so it's been a very successful process that districts have been using up and down the state, and there's probably been thousands of them done very successfully. And the thought is that this would be an ideal project to try to use the leaseback on. So that was the reason why in August, I did the presentation talking about the process, and then the board policy was put in place that shows what the evaluation criteria is, which was also set forth in the RFP that was issued. And it's the best value. So you're looking at their qualifications, what their experience is. They're giving their estimates based upon what the architect's estimates are for the project. And that's where the $13 million came, is the potential estimated guaranteed maximum price based upon all the figures that the architect was dealing with. And so all the people that were proposing were using that figure. So they give what their profits and what their leaseback, what are their construction costs, are all based upon that estimated GMP. If they thought it was really low, they would not even be bidding on it. They would not be submitting a proposal. We had 8 different entities, I believe, show up at the mandatory pre-bid conference at Villa Park High School. We all went through it, and of those, we had 4 different entities that submitted a proposal. We used the criteria that was set forth in the board policy 3311.2, and we had interviews with the top 3 contenders based upon the pricing. And of those, Neff Construction was the highest point and was ultimately selected by the committee with the recommendation then set forth in the resolution coming before the board. So tonight, the only thing that would be done is that you'd be awarding the project and authorizing the pre-construction phase. And the pre-construction phase does not involve any construction activities. It doesn't involve any work that would require a license, any work that would require DSA approval. So this is all collaboration with the architect trying to get the best set of plans and specifications that they can in order to go forward. It's only after DSA approves the plans, a second resolution would come forward to the board with what the agreed upon guaranteed maximum price is, with the authority then to approve that GMP and authorize the construction phase. If the GMP is out of budget that comes up with the contractor, says, no, we can't afford that, there's no obligation on the board to go further. You can pull the plug right then and there. The RFP is clear on that. The leaseback documents are clear on that, at which point the only commitment that you would have would be the $45,000 that would be authorized as part of the pre-construction phase. So there's little risk, but at the same time, there's a significant benefit by bringing in the contractor early on the process to really work and collaborate with the architect and have the best pricing that you possibly can have.
I just want to clarify for the board, the committee that was involved in the selection process, beside Mr. Yeoman, our counsel, we had our senior director of purchasing and contracts and our assistant director of purchasing and contracts participate, as well as our new senior executive director of facilities, Mrs. Vasquez, which is here tonight. So those are the 4 individuals that participated in this legal process.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And so with that said, as you outlined perfectly, as both Mr. Rivera and Mr. Yeoman has elaborated, this has been since last August. We've gone through the process. We've had the meetings. We've shared with the public everything that was occurring, going to occur, and how, kind of the who, what, where, whens, and hows of this was going to play itself out. So this isn't anything new at all. No one's been kept in the dark about anything. It's been a complete and open process as we've come forward and shared a tremendous amount of information, not only with the board, but also with the public. So with that said, I will make the motion to approve item 7A. Is there a second?
I'll second. Are you going to allow
Thank you.
questions or anything?
Hold on a second. Mr. Ledesma, second. On to discussion. Ms. Erickson.
Sure. Okay. So I just want to clarify because I know, hello. I want to clarify because there has been some misinformation put out into the public that this board adopted or approved a $16 million 50-meter pool. That is untrue, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we have not approved a $16 million pool. That never happened.
Yeah, the only time you're going to approve anything is when you have DSA approval. The contractor that's been selected comes forward with a guaranteed maximum price that is acceptable to the district and the board within your budget.
Okay, and in that RFP, the estimated project cost was $18,350,000, correct?
No, the RFP said 13 million.
The RFP?
Yep.
Okay, I have a copy of it here, and it shows that the project cost is estimated to be 18,350,000.
That was updated. That's not the latest one. That's not what was submitted to all the potential bidders.
I'm talking about project, not construction.
Oh. I have it.
It's Exhibit A attached to the RFP. And perhaps somebody gave me the wrong one, but it's what came in our Friday packet. So I'm going to assume it's the right one.
Well, the RFP itself had the cost budget of $13 million. And so I think the exhibit you have takes in all the soft costs and things that would be in addition to these, including, the approximate, $1 million for the Murtha Pool.
Right, so they're giving.
So there are other costs.
Right, so the 13 million is just the construction company's estimation of what their price is going to be. That's not the project cost.
Not the entire cost, that's correct.
That was my question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the project itself can theoretically go up to 18,350,000 based on our RFP, as long as it fits into that budget. That's what we've approved so far.
Again, that's what they were basing their proposals on.
Okay, that's my question.
But when you have DSA approval, there may be certain things going through this pre-construction phase where they can save money that will bring that price down too.
But there can also be things that can make the price go up, correct?
Definitely.
So you have things like soil sampling at Villa Park is a huge problem, which we've lived with for a long time. That soil sampling and all of that, that doesn't happen before it goes to DSA, does it?
No, I mean, that would all be part of what DSA would be looking at and approving. That would have to be completed as part of the project.
Doesn't DSA just look at the plans? They're not going to look at all, like these other unexpected costs can come up, and that can affect the overall price, correct?
Yeah, there'll be different studies, I'm sure, that will be done during the pre-construction phase and everything that.
Well, we don't know that because it's not in here. It doesn't require them to do soil, for instance, soil sampling.
Yeah, I mean, because DSA is probably not going to get the plans by the schedule until August. So there's going to be a lot going on between now and the time DSA ever even sees the plans and specs. It's only after that do all the figures go hard, so to speak.
DSA approves plans and specs. They look at it, they say, you have all the ADA requirements, this is the right size for the space, they don't do the individual things that come up during construction. And we know, because we've been doing, Measure S for a long time. There's change orders all the time that happen, right? In a normal process.
That's correct.
Okay, and if those things come up and it exceeds the budget for whatever reason, then we have to renegotiate that sort of. We could sure say, no, we won't do it, or we're, $18 million into the pool, okay, here's another $1 million for the project. That can happen, correct?
Yes and no, because the leaseback projects and the documents have contingencies, have a district contingency and has a construction contingency that tries to eliminate some of those unknowns that could come in, but they're built into the guaranteed maximum price.
So
any portion to that which is not used by the end of the project comes right back to the district.
So you're saying that there's nothing that could surprise, I've been talking to architects and I've been talking to construction people and they say, yeah, these things happen. A lease back is great, but it's no guarantee. Things happen all the time that might adjust that ultimate price, correct?
That's true. Like for instance, even just based on like a $10 million GMP, 5%, that's what we have for our, contingencies for the construction and district. That'd be $500,000 for each of those. It'd be $1 million potential that could absorb some of the unforeseen things that may come up during the course of the construction.
Okay. All right. I have another question, but I don't know if this is actually for you. So I'll hold off on that question really quick. I'm really concerned about a couple of aspects. So
it says, obviously, we're going to enter into the construction services agreement, which includes provisions of which the selected contractor shall comply with respect to construction of the project. That doesn't have to be in this document, correct? We're choosing to have that in this document, that we're awarding it ahead of time.
These are all the leaseback documents are comprised of the site lease, sublease, and construction services agreement. Those same 3 documents are in both pre-construction and construction phase. But during the pre-construction, the only things that are being done are in the site lease, because you can't do anything that requires DSA approval or requires a license. So they're put into the site lease. Once you have the DSA approval, all the pre-construction documents are amended and restated. And at that point in time, all the final construction requirements and what's going to go on are then folded into the construction services agreement.
Okay. So, but we don't have to award a construction services agreement tonight. We could hold off and award that later. Is that true or not true?
All you are awarding is the pre-construction phase. You're not awarding any construction to go forward.
It says we will also enter into a construction services agreement, and in section 2, it says, subject to any revisions, the board hereby approves the form of the site lease, sublease, and construction services agreement.
They're all part of the leaseback documents.
But we are adopting that today with this resolution. It says, resolution of the Board of Education of the OUSD awarding Villa Park High School Aquatic Center project and authorizing awarding the Villa Park High School Aquatic Center project. So we're awarding the construction project by the language of this resolution.
You're awarding the overall project, that's correct. Okay. And a lot of that language, the reason that's structured that it is to try to take into account like the Davis lawsuit and avoid any potential conflicts of interest where you award the pre-construction or preliminary services to one and then therefore they can't bid on the next because they're using the information they gleaned in the first part to help them in the second. And that was part of what the Davis lawsuit in Fresno was all about. And this avoids that because it's clear that everything is non-construction related. You have the template documents, but you're not getting any bonds. You're not doing any performance payment bonds until you get to the construction phase because there's no construction being done until you give the authority to do the construction phase. Only then do you get the payment bond, you get the performance bond, and all the construction requirements are then within the construction services agreement and the plans and specs that are folded in as part of the construction documents.
So when I look at this though, and I look at section 4 and I read section 5 as well, it appears to me that this does not have to come back to this board for approval. You're saying that it will. Well, it says here, the board hereby approves delegation of authority to the superintendent, who is hereby authorized and directed to negotiate, execute, and deliver the site lease agreement as provided above, et cetera, all subject to the ratification of the board if necessary. And then above that, it says, we're also delegating that. The LLB documents will be amended and restated to include the final GMP agreed upon completion deadline for the project. So the way I read those, we've delegated our authority to the superintendent. He can bring it back to us, but according to this, it doesn't look like he has to bring it back to us.
He does only because you can't take any action on DSA. You can't approve anything without DSA approval that requires a license or DSA. By law, you can't do that. So that's why only the pre-construction that does not require those are being authorized by the board tonight. That's all. These are just form documents right now that will be used through the process, but the only thing that's being done is the $45,000 that's in the site lease that talks about what they're going to be doing, like in section 9 of the site lease tells what's going to happen. In the construction phase, all that disappears. It all then goes to the construction services agreement for the actual construction that requires DSA approval.
Okay, so you're saying that even though we're entering into a construction services agreement and we're delegating authority to the superintendent, subject to ratification by the board, and that the LLB documents will be amended and restated to final GMP, that even though that's not what you're saying that's what it means? Like it's going to come back to us anyway? It doesn't read that way. And again, I don't understand. The way it looks like it does not have to come back to the board for approval, that it can be approved by the superintendent to go forward.
Only the pre-construction services are being awarded. And I apologize if that's not clear, but that is the clear intent, and that is what every single other leaseback that I've done and those of other attorneys' firms, that's the way that they're structured.
Well, I mean, it seems like it should be clear when
President,
we're talking about this. Okay, okay.
But
So I have problems with that, but then I also do have one more question, and I don't know if it goes to you or not. But I am concerned about the information regarding NEF. We have, obviously a leaseback is different from the lowest bid because we get to choose our own contractor. And so some of the, criticisms of that is that there can be things that are, you could have a relationship with a construction company or something like that. So that's just one of the things that people say, well, maybe that's not a good one. But I am concerned given, because I've read the Riverside County Office of Education and the FCMAT report, and it says in there specifically that NEF failed to cooperate with the FCMAT audit and that there were 37 checks that were written to vendors directed by Rozzi through NEF's facilitation, and that amounted to $2.6 million. And then it's very detailed report. I mean, like a 60 some odd page report. That is of concern. I mean, did we know about this and it's not a big deal? Or, because to me, it's something I would want to know about, that we're going to enter into this contract with somebody who dealt with somebody that was convicted of fraud, like $2.6 million, a school facilities director.
Right.
I've got a question. Was that a bid build process? Because leaseback, I mean, this is where you're guaranteed a price. This is where there is no change orders. I mean, and these construction services that we're doing right now is in order for us to take the step of creating that final price, right?
That's correct. I mean, because you have the contingencies that are built into that guaranteed maximum price. And so you should not have change orders. And all the ones that I've done, I think I can count on one or, I don't even know if I can count any where there's actually been a change order that has exceeded the contingencies that are built in the guaranteed maximum price.
Right.
Well, you
So
you
that's-
completely interrupted my question about NEF construction. Can I stay with this topic? And then,
Mr. Yeoman, can you
Well,
please address that?
I wanted to just point out a couple things. I'm just trying to get some
Well, I know,
clarification.
but I'm
mean, you're
not
not the only
finished.
board member here,
I know, but I'm asking a very important question. You have,
and as I am.
but I'm not done. I'm in the middle of the question.
I can give a little bit of history on that because, I mean,
Well-
I've represented Corona Norco for 36 years.
Well,
And I
don't
know
give me the history right now. Just tell me, did anybody on our team know about this and not tell us?
it was, that I do not know.
Well, did anybody
But-
on our staff know about this FCMAT report? And I understand that there was a criminal case and the person pled guilty to so many counts, but that's a different case. I've dealt with those cases.
That was
and-
Ted Rossi, Ed
Correct.
Maru. Any charges that were brought against him were dropped.
Correct,
And
I
there were
know.
no charges whatsoever against Neff Construction.
I am aware of that, but that's a different issue. Proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt is a much different issue than whether or not something funny happened. And I'm looking at the FCMAT report, which says this Razi individual pled guilty to 37 counts or whatever it was of fraud and embezzlement. And the grounds for that were checks written that were found to be basically, it drew the ire or the interest of the district because they weren't in the normal course of business. In fact, those 37 checks were actually written to this Razi's credit card companies. And so, criminal case aside, I've done that. And you can certainly be dismissed out of a criminal case, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen or that it's not something we would address. Because I do think it's important to at least acknowledge that and talk about it, where I literally found out about this today. And I don't understand that.
Does it say that Neff Construction was never implicated, and there's been no districts based upon that SICMANT report that I'm aware of that have disqualified Neff Construction from any construction
They
project?
were implicated. They were implicated in this report. It went to the district attorney. The district attorney charged the Neff Moreau, Mr. Moreau,
Ed Moreau, yeah.
with 37 felony counts as well. And ultimately, the criminal case was dismissed. But if you look at this FICMAT report, like I said, it's 60 pages or more. He's certainly implicated in this. I mean, it's hard to square the I didn't do anything wrong with we have 37 checks that you wrote to this guy's credit card company. Anyway, I just want to know if that was some. I am very reluctant to do anything until we're sure about that. And we have a lot more information on that. And I don't understand, if you knew about it, why you wouldn't tell us about it. Like, that's a weird thing, don't you think, to not even...
It was resolved years ago.
Years ago. It was resolved last year, 2 years ago.
All the different charges were completely dropped, and
The
there was
criminal
no
charges,
base.
not anything dealing with FICMAT. You're talking about criminal charges. I agree with you, fine. But there's a very different standard between what a criminal conviction would require and what, I mean, it was referred to the district attorney. The district attorney found there was enough probable cause to go ahead and file a complaint against him.
Mr. President, I'd like to hear what Mr. Yeoman had to say. I mean, I'm listening to.
I was going to say, is the criminal charges were dropped, from what I understand. I don't have a report in front of me. FICMAT is just that, a report. So if you can conclude, please, so that we can move on and allow other board members to speak, if you'd like to address that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I mean, even in Corona Norco, I mean, the board was obviously very concerned. But at the same time, when everything was resolved, there was no legal basis upon which them to disqualify Neff Construction as an entity from bidding on their projects, because the only person was implicated was Ed Moreau as an individual.
Isn't Ed Moreau the one that's on our project?
No, Neff Construction is, not Ed Moreau.
And was he the district employee?
No, Ted Rossi was the district employee.
You had mentioned you have some history. Is that the history that you want to talk about?
Just overall, you've had history there, you understood it, you have understand what occurred there.
I understand it, and I did not have any further concerns. I think that was the reason why I didn't bring it up to the committee, because I didn't think it had any bearing on the decision.
But that's for us to decide, right? You have to give us the information for us to decide whether it has bearing as well. I believe you're withholding information. I didn't even know about that until now, until somebody just mentioned it. And so it's concerning that we're trying to operate without having full information in front of us.
Well, we're paying our professionals to do their work and to do their job, and it's the committee, and it comes forward to the board, and it's the board's final decision to say yes or no. So does anybody have any other questions?
Well, I want to, can you explain what FICMAT is so that the public will know? They should know what it is, what kind of entity it is?
FICMAT, the acronym is FCMAT, Financial Crisis Management Assistance Team. They're a state agency funded under the governor's office, and they provide assistance to school districts. They conduct studies on behalf of school districts, and they are a governing agency to assist schools who may have fiscal crisis or may have situations that need to be investigated.
So during their investigation, they uncovered this mismanagement.
I believe the sequence of
fraud.
events, once something was identified, FICMAT is generally an agency that is called in cases like what you're referring to.
Mr. President, Mr. Yeoman, this process of lease-leaseback, there's safeguards and guarantees on what we're going to pay.
Yes.
And it's not like the bid-build process that I believe Coronel was involved in.
Yeah.
That's why we chose this route, was the lease-leaseback. We have a guaranteed price. We have, there's no change order process. So every vendor has to know exactly what it's going to cost them and stick to that.
Yeah, it's a very collaborative process where you have all the different proposals from everyone, and that's all folded in together.
And this construction service process is the process to bring us a final price. And if we don't, if it's something over 18 million, we're obviously we're going to say, well, wait a minute, what changed, or maybe it comes back to us at 15 or 16 million.
That's right. I mean, the district could certainly say it's too much. You need to go back and sharpen your pencil, or there's something in the project that might be able to be taken out or revised to lower the budget. I mean, there's that opportunity before you bring forward the final GMP to the board.
Right, and if they don't, if they've made a mistake, they're responsible for it, right?
Yes.
The cost, the burden of the cost of that is on them.
That's right. I mean, part of it is that they will not pay anything more than what that guaranteed maximum price is.
Except on unforeseen.
Okay.
You said except on unforeseen circumstances. You said that can happen.
That would be true in any situation where it's something that's completely unanticipated, no one could predict.
But that would have to be,
that does.
that would have to be of a material nature.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of an unforeseen circumstance?
You have an earthquake that takes place that does devastating damage to the project site. No one would have anticipated that, so that's
Well,
clearly.
that would be obvious, but I'm just talking
Yeah.
about other ones. I mean, that's
I mean, that's generally
obviously an act of nature.
those kind
so.
of things, yeah.
But what about, say, soil samples and soil problems? I mean, because Villa Park has been plagued with some soil issues in the past, and I want to make sure that those things are addressed.
Yeah, that should be taken care of or identified as part of the pre-construction phase as far as any soils investigation to try to determine what would need to have happen in order to go forward. And if it's going to cost 70 or 100,000 or whatever it's going to cost, that will be factored in ultimately to what the final GMP is. But that's the
So
advantage.
we'll know ahead of time then on the soils.
Yeah.
Any other, Ms. Page?
You mentioned that a part of the process you interviewed 3 different firms and then selected Neff. Who were the other 2 and why weren't they selected?
Again, it was all based upon scoring on the different categories. And so we had the 4 that put their proposals in, and then the evaluation committee scored each of them based upon the proposals that were submitted. And then the 3 highest were then interviewed, and the interview was worth 50 points out of a total like 350 points. And so once we figured all the interview scoring too, as well as all the other scores, Neff came out on top.
Okay. You can't tell me who the other 2 were?
I don't know if I have their names.
Is there a process that divulges any conflict of interest with any board members or any staff?
not as part of the evaluation process.
So in
I mean,
the
if there's any-
RFP, is it ever asked, like, do you know any board members, or do you have any relationships with anyone on staff? Or it just, even when I'm on the PTA, I have to sign a waiver to say I have a conflict of interest here or there, just so that it's public. It's not saying that they can't.
I'll answer
get
you
the
right now,
job.
there's none.
Well,
Here you go.
I'm not
Take
accusing
a poll.
anybody,
No,
but
no,
I'm
go
just
ahead. I'm sure every board
asking.
member is happy to answer that question.
I just want to make sure, being that they are obviously had some history of fraud, it would be prudent for me to ask that question, right?
Yes. And there are lots and lots of questions as part of the initial scoring.
Well, that's why I was asking
Yeah.
if that was part of the process, because I know in some RFPs, that question is asked.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about any litigation, any disputes.
But, so, in the RFPs, they talked about litigation, but they mentioned that FICMAT report?
They were never in litigation.
Yeah,
Neff
that's not
Construction never was.
That's not litigation.
Ed Maru was.
Okay.
That causal connection between the two did not exist.
Mr. President,
It wasn't based on Neff Construction. He was working for Neff Construction, and the
Okay.
checks came
Mr. President, I think we
Okay.
got to be careful with this, because Neff Construction could actually legally come after us because of, nothing was found through the court
We're
system
not
or
accused.
legally.
It's public information, and it was.
We're going
Well,
what's up
all
on the
I'm saying,
FICMAT
that's all I'm saying. I
report.
mean,
Okay.
there have been boards that
Anybody else have any questions? Okay,
you
hearing
have to
none.
have,
Actually,
be on
I-
solid ground.
I have one more question, because I didn't even really get to ask, because I was just responding to the others. So one of my concerns is that when we were working on the Villa Park, or all the fields, Villa Park, Kenyons, and the cost came in, and it was $1 million each, and then the costs, $3 million, $1 million each, or about there. And then at the end of the day, we ended up paying closer to $3 million each. And I don't want that to happen. We start a project, and then it is said it's going to be this amount, and then at the end, oh, well, guess what? It's costing this much. The same thing happened with the El Medina pool. We were told it was going to cost $3.9 million, and it ended up costing double because of DSA and all kinds of other stuff that was unanticipated. And so my concern is that, you're giving us a cost, and that we want to make sure that's the cost.
That is the maximum price that you should pay, albeit something disastrous that no one could anticipate
Right.
shows up. And again, probably in the 100 or so that I've done, almost in every situation, there's money left over at the end.
Okay.
It's never been an issue.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's not going to happen, because I feel like I was blindsided in the past.
Guaranteed price.
Okay, now that we've heard comments from each board member, this is a lease back. That's what people need to understand. This is a guaranteed price. There's no change orders. I mean, how crystal clear can Mr. Yoma make it over all these months? It's pretty simple language.
Simple
So we're
language in it
guaranteed.
says the guaranteed maximum
We're-
price is going to be amended.
Excuse me,
But
you've had an
don't-
opportunity to
don't
speak.
misrepresent.
Okay, you've had your comments, I have mine, okay? So don't interrupt. So thank you for your comments, or I'm sorry, not your comments. Thank you for your responses. Thank you for your hard work, your whole team, Mr. Rivera, the whole committee putting this forward. I know it's a lot of legwork, to do that, and the experience you have speaks volumes of these leasebacks. And we don't have to get into the whole change order business like normal construction. So, okay, so with that said, there's a motion and a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nick,
No?
no. Not with Neff.
Concerns
Until I
about
know more
Neff
answers.
Construction.
Ms. Page? No? Okay. Passes 4-3. On to item 7B. Do we have speakers for that? No? Okay, no speakers for this. Is he getting up or? 7B, right? No, that's the easement. We got to do 7B, the pool, the Murtha pool.
Okay. Well, I have 4 of the next 5 presentations. I know I'm going to cover one of them.
Can you back up to?
So we don't have a presentation for the Murtha pool, but let me just share with you what you have in front of you. We have presented information to the board about the benefits of a concrete pool versus a Murtha pool. The information shows that from a deferred maintenance standpoint, in the first 20-year life, that's more cost-effective to have a Murtha pool in place. You have information that you receive in your Friday memos as to why are we putting this agenda on. We have a timeline in the Gantt chart that the architects have described that by March we need to be placing an order because it takes 150 days for that order to take place. We've met and talked to Mr. Dumi, who's here. Let me introduce my sidekick, Isela Vasquez. She's our Senior Executive Director of Facilities. Say hi.
Hi.
Good evening.
Nice to meet you.
So we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about this agenda item. And this is consistent with the direction that we've been given by the board about having a Murtha pool instead of a gunite pool.
Okay, so with that said, I'll make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Minor. In discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
No, please.
Right?
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I understand the sole source. I just want to confirm, you said that it's going to take 150 days to get the pool, and the total project timeline looks to be 15 months, right? Is
For the
what-
whole project.
For the whole thing. So when does the pool actually get installed, or I guess is my
So
question?
let me walk you through the process.
Yeah.
So by March, we have to place the order with the purchase order and a 20% down payment. They're going to start construction, the manufacturing of the pool. The pools are assembled in Italy. I've offered to go volunteer to check the inspection.
I'll go with you if you'd like.
I haven't heard an amen to that, so. So the pool
Not
is
to
being.
exceed 1.2 million then, right?
I'll pay for my way back. So with that, the pool is being constructed. So as we are going, we have 2 parallel processes going on. We have the pre-construction services of the development of the plans. And what DSA is looking at, because the plans that we have right now for the pool parallel what's happening, for example, at Long Beach, which they're building 5 pools that are identical to the pool that we're buying. And I'm just talking about the Murtha pool. So the other elements of the pool, which deals with the buildings, the path of travel, that's what the architects in Neff Construction will be working with in submitting to DSA plans. So by the time that we finish the process, we should have our pool in August. And that was in conjunction with the timelines that have been
Okay.
established by PBK.
Okay,
I
so
hope
it's
that
to coordinate with the time, and then I'm assuming it's also to guarantee a price to make sure it doesn't go up, right?
Correct. So
Okay,
we have a piggyback bid.
okay,
So we have a guaranteed maximum price. And if we buy it and it doesn't become part of the contractor's agreement, then there's no markups for general conditions. We're probably saving 20% by buying it ourselves
okay,
than being a part of the contract with the general contractor.
okay, good, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Hearing none. We have first, second discussion. All those in favor? Say
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any opposing?
Nope.
No? Passes 7-0. On to Southern California Edison.
So last month, we brought an information item for the board, or I'm sorry, an item for the board. This is an easement that Edison is requesting as part of our electrical upgrades at the maintenance yard. to enhance for our transportation, our electric buses. Here is the diagram. You can see that we're going to be expanding by doubling our expansion. And this cost is no cost to the district. So we've gone through a resolution at the 18th meeting. Tonight we need a public hearing and then adoption of the resolution for us to move forward with Edison. Is there anything that I did not cover?
Good evening, distinguished board members. I would just like to add one detail, that the infrastructure that will be provided by Edison will allow for the addition or expansion of 16 additional charging stations to service our vehicle fleet.
Okay, thank you. So with that presentation, I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 9:09. Any speakers wishing to address the board regarding the intent to grant an easement to Southern California Edison upon a portion of the district's maintenance, operations, and transportation yard located at 726 West Collins Avenue in the city of Orange? Bueller, anyone? The young folks are like, who's Bueller? Okay. I will now close the public hearing and reopen the meeting at 9:10. Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 18-23-24 approving the grant of an easement to Southern California Edison upon a portion of the district's maintenance, operations, and transportation yard located at 726 West Collins Avenue in the city of Orange in accordance with the terms of the resolution?
I'll move.
I'll move it. Oh.
I'll second it.
Miss Page was, and second, Miss Minor. Any discussion?
Thumb.
Oh. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? 6-0 absent. Stepped out. Okay. On to, that was public hearing. Now we go on to
7D.
information item. No, kidding.
Mhm.
7D.
We have 17 speakers. So that's 1 minute each. So that's 1 minute each. If you could please line up. We have Semi Park, Kim Trask, Elizabeth Heim, Mike Davis, Rochelle Casillas, Joe Lynn, and then Soren Williams.
Good evening, board members. My name is Semi Park, and I'm the founding headmaster and the executive director of Orange County Classical Academy. First, we are extremely grateful that you have allowed us to spend these past few weeks to actively negotiate the terms on the proposal, and we are also grateful for the dedicated time that your staff has made to do so. This proposal will allow us to have a home for our current 8th graders to matriculate into. Ultimately, what we are proposing will surely benefit the students of both OUSD and OCCA. We are offering to spend our own money, projected at around $3.5 million, to make improvements and upgrades to the property that I'm sure we all agree has not been well maintained. Additionally, our proposal would bring in close to $1 million every 3 years to the district, which I know you can use to help fund your building projects or just like the RFP for the pool. I do believe that our proposal came in at the perfect time. I'm sure your staff will agree that our team has been extremely flexible in agreeing.
Kim Trask.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Kim Trask. I am a community member here in Orange since 2012, property owner. My 2 older children have attended both OUSD schools and OCCA. I've addressed you several times. I've written several emails. I am very thankful to have this under consideration tonight. It's been a long road for those of us in the OCCA community. We do love our school. Our children represented it very, very well, and that's been echoed by some of you on the board tonight, and I appreciate that very much. It is very meaningful for my family of 5 to have this school continue to grow. The critical thought that it teaches the children in a very respectful manner is so meaningful. I didn't even encounter it in my own education until I went to college. I am a first-time college graduate in my family. I am a project manager. I rely on that critical thinking. I want it to continue in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Heim, and I'm the interim assistant headmaster of our upper school at Orange County Classical Academy. It was one of the most difficult things I experienced last year when we had to tell our current 8th graders at that time that they could not continue at OCCA because we could not secure a home for our upper school. And since then, we've been working mightily to find that home, and it turns out to be very difficult given our constraints. So we are thankful to the board and to the staff for working with us these last couple of months, and we think that what we have proposed is a good proposal. I hope as trustees of this board, you understand how much we really want to be able to tell our families that they have a home for our upper school. You have that power to make it happen, and we hope that you take that into consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mike Davis, and I am both a staff member and a parent at OCCA. We really hope that it is now clear that this proposal is ultimately about one simple thing: securing a home for our upper school kids. And if there are students ultimately at risk in this decision, they are the OCCA students who will otherwise not be able to attend 9th grade at OCCA next year. And based off the recent history of the location, you'll learn that what we are offering is significantly more for the area we are proposing than the district is presently receiving or has received in the past. But ultimately, the best reason for this proposal is the kids. In one sense, this is a simple facilities proposal, but it's also a test. Are our priorities really about what's good for students? We hope you will make this decision based on that priority, and as you can see, our community of parents and students do so as well. Thank you.
After Rochelle, it's Jolynn, Soren Williams, Alex Broussard, Joelle Contreras, and then Jenny Sloan.
Hello, board members. Thank you for your time. My name is Rochelle Casillas, and I have 2 children that attend OCCA. I've seen such a positive growth in their academics as well as their moral character since we changed schools in the Orange Unified District. My children are thriving at OCCA. On the OUSD.org website, I love your core values that include excellence. It states, "We strive for the highest standards in all endeavors by deliberately pursuing continuous growth and innovation." Voting yes for the expansion out of Peralta will be in alignment with your core values. Growing a school, giving other families the opportunity to attend a tuition-free charter school with content-rich liberal arts education. OCCA won the California Distinguished School Award, the only Orange Unified School who is the recipient of the award. According to 2021-22 National Center for Education Statistics, OCCA test scores are ranked in the top 5% in math, top 10% in reading and language arts proficiency in California. We just need your partnership, board, for our children to continue to thrive both in growing their minds, hearts, and character. Thank you.
So I think a previous speaker said it best. Our priorities are about what is best for the students, Orange Unified School District students. And I know some people are confused. OCCA is in the city of Orange. It is an Orange County school. It is a great school with students who love it, but it is not an Orange Unified School District school, and that should be our priority. I'm a parent of students in the district, I'm a taxpayer, and I think we should make sure we're being responsible with both our money and with the resources for our students. I just heard for the first time about that opportunity to do the high school program, the high school to college. That seems amazing. That seems like a program these OCCA students could take their knowledge into. They wouldn't be losing a high school. They could still be gaining a high school, part of OUSD. All of our programs are amazing, and we would need more ways to expand that instead of selling out our properties to other schools. Thank you.
Hello, board. I'm a OUSD parent. Tonight, OCCA is on the agenda again, and it's been the main issue that this board has been consumed with for the last year. And it's also the issue that Mark Bucher, the board majority's main political benefactor, has been focused on. So will Rick, Madison, John, and Angie reward OCCA's founders for their large campaign contributions over the last few years? Is this majority going to give up a prime piece of real estate for 25 years to their political benefactors? They certainly didn't give Explore Academy this kind of a deal, and it sounds like they've excluded a couple other great ones. Money talks, I guess. But what's the rush? You haven't even formed the 7-Eleven committee yet. Are you afraid they would recommend against it, or is it because you're going to get recalled? Did you do any kind of financial audit to see if OCCA can even afford this? Sounds questionable. So parents, if you wonder why your school is being neglected and teachers and principals are leaving, you can thank Rick and Madison and their political funders for placing OCCA over OUSD.
Alex Broussard, then Joelle Contreras, Jenny Sloan, Amanda Tenike, Missy, then Darshawn, then Eric Darnell.
I need you to remove the sign because it's disrupting this meeting, please.
No, I'm allowed to display a sign
No,
during my comment. Yes, I am.
no, you're not. So I'm asking.
Then you need to ask your attorney.
I'm asking you to please remove it because you're disrupting the meeting.
My answer is no, and if you think that you have the legal authority to remove me or this sign, then you need to consult Mr. Covert. If he tells me that I need to remove this sign, I'll remove it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Alex Broussard. I am a parent. I am a homeowner within Orange Unified School District, and I'm here to speak to this agreement in lieu of Proposition 39 with OCCA. First and foremost, we already have an agreement with OCCA. Why aren't we holding them to that? Is there a reason that we need to modify that agreement? I don't think so. I think we have political backers that have backed Mr. Ortega, Ms. Minor, Ms. Rumsey, and Mr. Ledesma, and I think that they're trying to get this agreement shoved down our throats before we recall Ms. Minor and Mr. Ledesma. On March 5th, we will be voting to recall Ms. Minor and Mr. Ledesma because of backroom deals just like this one. Ms. Minor, just because your kids go to OCCA doesn't mean you get to favor OCCA above OUSD students. Thank you.
Joelle, and then Jenny Sloan, and then Amanda Tenike. Is Joelle here?
Any of the names called here?
Jenny, if you want to go first, maybe if she's coming from Overflow, if you want to go first, please.
Okay, let's be clear. OCCA deal benefits OCCA. They're getting a bargain basement cost for this facility. It does not benefit OUSD. This is an OUSD meeting. Most of you here do not have the interests of OUSD in mind, including the majority of the board. You are here for OCCA, which I know it's confusing. We're the city of Orange, that's the county. I'm not saying these kids don't deserve a great school, but I'm not gonna sit here and have everybody come up and say, my school's so much better than your school. Let me go to my school, you should pay for it.
Okay, Amanda, then Missy, then Darshawn, then Eric.
Good evening. I'm here as a parent advocating for my thriving kids, encouraging you to vote yes tonight and approve the license agreement of the Peralta site. I understand there's a lot for you to consider, but it's about the kids. These wonderful, amazing kids who have spoken so eloquently to you these last few months. They've come back month after month. They're a direct reflection of the outstanding education that they're receiving. You're their last hope at a time when districts are dealing with declining enrollment, financial shortfalls. This income would not only benefit OCC, but it would benefit OUSD students as well. And I sincerely hope all of you have been moved by their pleas. Your decision would truly make a difference in the lives of so many students. Please don't let them down. Please, it's time. The time is now to agree to this license for the kids. And thank you for your consideration.
Missy?
Good evening, board. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Missy, and I was born and raised in Orange. My husband and I are now raising our 3 children here, and they are attending OCCA. The free public education that our children receive there is something that my husband and I are very grateful for. The classical education trivium focuses on grammar in elementary school, understanding the basic facts of the subject, logic in middle school, understanding the relationship between those facts, and rhetoric in high school, understanding the subject sufficiently in order to generate informed ideas about the subject. If the agreement is only for 10 years, our TK student will not be able to graduate high school with the classical model that he has had throughout elementary and middle school. Also of note, this proposal is for around 4.5 acres of the approximate 20-acre property. As taxpayers and residents of this city, my husband and I urge you to approve a 25-year agreement. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, I have Darshan, Eric Darnell, Scott Resnick, Scott Takov, and then Sarah Coleman is the last one. I have a Darshan.
Hello. Apparently, I'm one of many Darshans that have been here for the last year speaking. My name is Darshan Smallodden, and I am a parent and taxpayer here in OUSD. And I wanted to talk about fiscal responsibility. And I wanted to start by talking about $1.7 million that OCCA owes this district and thereby its students. That actually became $1.8 million because they asked for a payment plan, which who asks for payment plans? People who don't have the money at that time is when you ask to put it on credit. So they're paying $85,000 in interest to us while they hold on to our money. And you're giving away our property without ever actually seeing if they are a fiscally solvent school. And you're putting in a clause that allows them to borrow against our property, OUSD students' property. That is 2 huge errors stacked on top of each other. And I can't believe you're doing it.
Eric, and then Scott Resnick, then Scott Takov, and then Sarah Coleman.
Hi, my name's Eric Darnell. I'm a dad of 3 kids. Once again, I've been up here before. Never got involved with politics, never got involved with any of this type of thing until I heard about the issues with the school. The more I learn about it, the more it seems very confusing. It seems like a common sense decision. I went by that location. It's a dump. There's nothing there. It's in disrepair. It's disgusting. It's a breeding ground for homeless. I'm sure the community would love to see some life there. Kids playing. You all heard it outside. You saw these kids speak. This school is amazing. I love this school. That's the only reason I'm here. It's the only reason I'm getting involved. My background's in real estate. I go, okay, whose property is this? It's the district's. Who's the client? Oh, it's the community. It's the students within this community. There's Orange Unified kids in our school. There's Orange Unified kids on the wait list. You pass this, it expands it. Those kids can come into this school. That's who you're serving, not a private school. You want to turn it into condos? I don't think the community wants to see that. They want to see kids. They want to see life. They want to see...
Good evening, board. President Ortega, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I love that I have the opportunity to speak right now. Board bylaws BB 9323A allow public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda. So before you bully me off the podium, Ms. Ortega, I'd like to ask if you or anybody else at the district has looked at Education Code 17473, sale or lease of real property. Before accepting any written proposal, the board shall call for oral bids. I believe OLU and Santiago Canyon College have made it very clear that they would like to make an oral bid. So before you can accept this written proposal, they have the opportunity for that oral bid. But we all know you're going to go and call this a license. You could call it a marriage if you want, but the way it's written, it is a lease.
Is there a Scott Tackov?
Scott put in for 17.
7D. Okay, so Scott's not here. So Sarah Coleman?
Good evening, board members. My name is Sarah Coleman with Young Mini and Core. I represent OCCA. I just wanted to take a moment to identify for you some real benefits of this agreement. It is a license agreement, not a lease. And under Prop 39, the district will be required to share facilities with OCCA moving forward to accommodate all of its in-district students. Usually, in most school districts around the state, that means a co-location where a charter school and a district school are co-located on the same site. And I can tell you from personal experience, having represented many schools, that this is not an ideal circumstance. Here we have a situation where OCCA is offering to spend all of its own money to improve and maintain, all on its own dime, a district facility, and it will not require the district to accommodate OCCA on a district campus with district programs. Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
All the speakers.
Okay. Okay, thank you to all the speakers. Truly appreciate your comments. And so as we look at this, is there...
I'd like to make a motion.
Whoa.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize this licensing agreement.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, I'd like to weigh in, please.
Absolutely.
All right. I want to first thank all the speakers for coming out and giving your input. It takes a lot of courage, and I commend all the kids for coming out and advocating for their schools. I would do the same. In fact, that's what we've done. We've advocated for our kids' schools all the time. At our last meeting, though, one of the speakers was Trustee Miner's son. He appeared before this board and advocated and asked for us to approve OCCA agreement for the Peralta property. If this contract is approved, it is clear that it will be a benefit to Trustee Miner's family. So, according to our OUSD bylaws 9270A, the Board of Education desires to maintain the highest ethical standards and help ensure that decisions are made in the best interest of the district and the public. Accordingly, no board member, district employee, or other person in a designated position shall participate in the making of any decision for the district when the decision will and may be affected by his or her financial, family, or other personal interests or consideration. In accordance with law, board members and designated employees shall disclose any conflict of interest and, if necessary, shall abstain from participating in the decision. This is in our bylaws. And I will just say, and there's a lot of conflict of interest, and I think other categories fall under there. For example, sorry, I lost my notes. The lead petitioner for OCCA is Mark Bucher. He's a founder, and he's a board member, and he's come to our district many times. He spoke, and he has a lot of people, and a lot of times, I don't know if he's here, but sometimes he's in the front row. He owns Service First, and he donated $15,000 to the No on Recall campaign. He also is on the board of the Lincoln Club, and they've donated $30,000 and $10,000 to the OUSD No on Recall campaign. He is also made a donation on behalf of Family Action PAC.
Okay, what is
He's
this?
a board member. I'm trying to prove that there is a conflict of interest, please.
How is there a conflict?
Can we have Mr. Covert?
I'm not done, though.
Can we have Mr. Covert?
Okay, let's keep it quiet, please.
PTA doesn't donate to the
Let's-
Yes on Recall, by the way.
Okay, let's keep it. Oh, hold on, please.
So,
So,
President
how are
Ortega.
you going to tie this in?
No, I would like to go on record and formally ask Trustee Minor to recuse herself per our policies, as her family will substantially benefit from the approval of this agreement.
It's gaining financially, and that is not.
No, it says right here, family.
We've gone at nauseum about this.
So I'm going to just ask, and if she doesn't want to, I just want to see it on record.
Okay.
I don't think she has to answer that, really.
No,
I mean,
hold on.
but our
Hold on.
attorney has already answered this.
Yeah, the attorney already is, we
He
already
didn't
discussed
answer it
this.
here.
So does Ms. Page recuse herself when there's things that go on about her children's school?
No, because she's advocating.
Does Chris
It is
Erickson?
our district.
Does Chris Erickson recuse herself when we talk about giving bonuses to teachers when her daughter is a
No,
teacher?
because actually per our bylaws in here, it says that negotiations are not included in the conflict of interest.
Okay, hold on
My
a second.
teacher, my daughter is not a teacher in Orange Unified, so you can take that back if you'd like to.
I don't
Would you
want
like to?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, because she is not, and that's a lie, again. but
Okay, we're
thank
not.
you.
Okay, hold on, folks.
You know, if we have speakers
Hold on.
speaking in the public and you're not telling them to be quiet,
I
think
am.
that's
What do you think I'm trying to do? But you guys are up here debating amongst yourselves. How about we just take it singular? And so you ask the question, and are you done with that?
Yes, I'm formally asking Trustee Minor to recuse herself from this vote because there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. And I believe the attorney has addressed that at multiple occasions.
Can you have the attorney
So-
come and address that, please?
So anyway, is there anyone else that would like to have a comment, question?
Sometimes people can recuse themselves. It doesn't mean that the attorneys have to tell her to do it. She can make a stance herself.
But legally, she can vote on this. The attorneys have told her, we've been at nauseum about this. So this is an ongoing continuum with you, so.
I read the
it's just-
bylaws, and there is
I
a
understand.
conflict.
I'm not going to debate this with you. So is there any other questions or concerns? Ms. Page, go ahead.
My mic is working. So for the record, in the past, I have abstained from different decisions regarding Fletcher, specifically if it was regarding their PTA. And so when thinking about this specific proposal and now the new information that we have, that we've seen come from OLU and today with SEC, is just a lot to think about and consider, especially going into a major fiscal decision. And so looking at the history here, and OCCA submitted their proposal back in 2019, and in the original plan had created a plan to also move up to 9th grade and eventually offer high school, and it's been 5 years. And so my biggest question is, like, what was going on during that span of time? And I know that there have been different changes, that they were under OUSD and now they're under the county. And previously I've asked, like, how can we support them to find a property countywide if that was necessary, before we even talked about Peralta. So I'm just wondering, within this span, if it's even plausible to ensure that they can open a high school within the months that they have. It's just strange that there's an urgency coming in and now it's our emergency, and we don't have a legal prerogative to be able to do this. We already have an agreement in place. And
So now that there's other potential proposals in, it's just, I want to ensure that there's a transparent and legal process, which we've discussed in closed session, but would just like to address that as my own board comment. In addition to that, we are a board that serves our students within the district, and that's what we need to keep in mind when we are making decisions and to ensure a moral, ethical, and transparent process. So I'm just concerned and want to put it on record that it seems very rushed, and just want to make sure that everything will go according as they say in their plan, and hope that we don't have another Explore Academy incident where we rushed to be able to offer something and then did not open in time.
Okay. Anyone else?
I do. Go ahead, you go. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Erickson.
No, you, after you. Okay, so, I mean, I'm of the opinion that we have to deal with the problem at hand. And the problem at hand is you have a bunch of kids who came in here who were adorable, of course, and they were very well spoken, and they've come in now 4 meetings in a row, I think. And they spoke very eloquently about what they love about their school. And they don't have a school, and they should be able to start a high school. I agree with you. It is about the kids. And I think that it is unfortunate because I think that these kids were hurt by the adults' lack of planning in this case. This is an OCCA problem, not an Orange Unified problem. However, I do think that we can probably come up with something that would at least help in the immediate future so that they can actually start their high school. I get that. They clearly love it. And there's probably not that many. There's probably 30 to 60 kids that are going to start it. So I just don't think the contract that's on this agenda is the answer. And this is why. I don't think that we can help out OCCA while hurting Orange Unified. Like, that is not I have an obligation to Orange Unified. I was elected to represent Orange Unified, and that's who I represent, is the students of Orange Unified that are actually enrolled in our schools. So I have to weigh those two interests. You know, we want to help out OCCA, and we want to also protect our own interests. So the contract before us, I think, is affirmatively harmful to the interests of OUSD. I don't think the process was even close to being transparent, and I don't think we receive an actual benefit. And I actually think it's harmful to OCCA. The agreement was hastily placed on the agenda. I think it's fiscally irresponsible when it comes to Orange Unified. There's been no due diligence whatsoever to determine whether or not OCCA can even afford to enter into this agreement. There's been no due diligence, nothing. We know for a fact that they've had cash flow problems. We know that because just 2.5 years ago, they agreed to take money in lieu of facilities because they needed money. They had a cash flow problem. We also know that because they're currently indebted to us for $1.5 million, not 1.7, they've paid back to about $200,000. But next month, they have a payment due of $700,000 plus. I don't see how a cash-strapped school can afford that. We also know that they have to get ready to fulfill their plan in a really short period of time, meaning they have to make those investments. You talk about using your own money. Well, you're actually using Orange Unified's because you're holding on to our money right now. But you've got 3.5, you've got to build all of those buildings. You have to establish the curriculum. You have to hire teachers. All of that comes at a cost. And I think that that's what we have to consider as a district before we agree to enter into a 10-year, 25-year, but 10-year guaranteed agreement. Especially since, as one speaker said, we are giving them the right to mortgage that interest. Meaning, if they can't pay it or they want to borrow money against it, A new person comes in, and that person now has the right to be on that property for at least 10 years and up to 25 years. That mortgage is a huge, huge issue for me. So, you know, we know, I think it's pretty obvious that if we enter into this agreement, it's very likely that they're going to have to mortgage that property, which means, you know, we're out of luck and we have no ability to use that property. We won't be able to sell it, lease it, or leverage that property, or at least a quarter of it, 25% of it, for at least 10 years. And that's a $60 million asset. And not being able to use a quarter of that property significantly decreases the value of it. I think it's a terrible deal for OUSD. But my solution is this, and I think it's a good compromise. I think, and I'm willing to vote to lease that property or license for 3 years so that they can use the existing building that is on there. There is a gym that's on there, and I'm willing to do that for 3 years so that they can get their kids into their classrooms, not have to invest a whole bunch of money into empty land, that they can plan at that time. They have 3 years to plan really for their forever home, which could end up being in that spot. I don't know. But in the meantime, Orange Unified, us, we can slowly and methodically and in a transparent process decide what's best for us, our students, and the surrounding community. And if that involves OLU, who's come forward, we can't just, they haven't bid anything. They've just come forward. And so there's a whole process if we wanted to do that. But if it involves opening discussions about OLU that are not going to happen in 3 years, so it's perfectly fine for them to be on that property, or SCC, that gives us time to make that happen. I would propose that we meet again in 2 years. We can discuss whether or not further time makes sense. And if it doesn't, then it would give OCCA a whole additional year to come up with a solution. I just want to compliment the OCCA students on their speeches. You definitely moved me. You spoke passionately about it. And I agree that you do need a home. We just need to compromise so that it's not giving away a huge portion of Orange Unified it's a huge, huge loss to Orange Unified. And I think that we have to do our due diligence to ensure that whatever we end up doing with that property, and I agree, we have to do something with that property, is a benefit to us. So that's what I would like to propose.
Thank you. Ms. Rumsey?
I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. In the beginning, when this came to us, I actually did not feel comfortable with their proposal, which is why we had a special meeting last month, and which is why we all met in closed session and tried to come up with something that we could give back to OCCA. So we did all of that. We did that work. You mentioned it feeling rushed. I completely agree. And I also know that in some ways it's because they want to get their high school started in the coming fall. And I completely understand that, and I want to do that for them as well. But I am not beholden to them, and I am beholden to the district. So I just don't think it's worth their while for 3 years. I was not comfortable with 25, so I am much more comfortable with 10. And have been informed, and maybe you guys could inform a little bit more, that the process for OLU and possibly even SCC is very different from the process that OCCA is going through. Is that correct?
Ms. Davina?
I say that because I feel like we're trying to compare oranges to oranges since we live in Orange, instead of, and maybe these are different processes.
Yes, this is an in lieu of Proposition 39 agreement, and so it's being negotiated and developed pursuant to Proposition 39 and its implementing regulations, whereas another outside proposal from another agency would be, if we're talking about a long-term lease, it would be through a surplus property process.
So for me, it is what is at hand right now. And as just a board member, not creating agendas or anything like that, I'm just evaluating what's in front of me right now. And their proposal is what's in front of me right now. So I feel comfortable with this. I would feel more comfortable with 3 years, to be honest with you, but I don't think that that's in their interest at all, really, 3 years. And so I'm willing to, that is where I am landing at this moment.
Mr. President.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to go?
No, I need to take care of something first. No, not that. I need for you to amend your motion. Recommended the Board of Education take action on the first amended and restated in lieu of Prop 39 facilities use agreement with Orange County Classic Academy countywide benefit charter / Orange County Classic Academy. If you can amend that motion for this.
Okay.
As I just stated.
Okay, so I'm basically reading the recommendation here, right?
I already did, so I'm asking you.
Yes, it's amended. I'll amend it as you stated.
Minor?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Now, there's a couple of things that have been brought up. One, that this is just an amazing piece of property, and it's been sitting around for over 40 years, and nothing's been done. The monies that we will gain from this in lieu agreement is far more. It'll be more than we've ever gotten in the past 40 years off that property in the first 2 or 3 years. We have been renting it out to different people, different entities for pennies. And the neighbors are just want something better there. We will have this agreement on just a portion of that property, a small portion of that property compared to, it's going to be less than 25% of that, probably less than 20% of that piece of that property. So there's another 16 acres of property there that can be used for these other ideas of middle college or OLU, what have you. Let me remind everyone on the board here, we're elected by this community, and the OUSD is within this community. And this community has embraced charters, Santiago Charter, El Rancho Charter. Both of those charters, past boards have tried to shut them down, and the community has come out strong to support those charters. We also have a TLC charter, and then now we have the OCCA. A lot of what I'm hearing here about how can they even afford it, are they going to be able to have enough students, and they don't have the money, those are the exact same issues that were brought up even more about this when we decided to authorize this charter. And they have thrived since then. Once we authorized that charter, we were told by staff that they weren't going to be able to have enough kids to support their financial budget, and they're going to be out of business within a year and a half, and they have thrived. And I see that, so I just see those kind of issues coming up again, and they've gone beyond that, and they may have some things with the school district in terms of monies owed. Hey, maybe we work with them on trying to speed that payment up. I have no idea, but that's another, again, I don't think financial is an issue for them. It wasn't in the past. I don't think it's going to be in the future. And again, it's been sitting for 40 years, and it's now going to have some life breathed into it, and we're going to have an income to help with our facilities needs here in this district, a consistent income.
Okay, thank you.
And I have, I'm sorry that Trustee Yamasaki brought up the recall and donors. That is a concern. You know, there's a yes and a no on the recall. It just so happens that the no is being heavily funded by our teachers association here.
You mean yes?
Tens of
Yes.
thousands of dollars.
Yes.
The no, the yes on recall is being funded heavily by the teachers here in this district. Tens of thousands of dollars at a time when we're just going to start negotiations, compensation negotiations.
Well, we won't
That's
lease
interesting.
them any property for cheap then. How's that? We won't lease any property
Thank
to
you.
them.
Okay, so with that said,
I'd like to say something because I want to correct the record of a couple things that Trustee
Okay.
Ledesma said. First of all,
think we
Olive
need to
Crest
vote.
Olive Crest was on that property until recently. So you said nothing was going on. It was there.
Right,
And
but-
you had
Hey,
been in the board
there
majority for
wasn't-
over
there
22
wasn't that-
years. So when you say
Okay,
that land, nothing
enough.
was happening, you didn't do anything about it. It was your responsibility
Okay.
because you were the majority. And
Listen.
secondly, you said Santiago and El Rancho charters
You've
are
had
both charter
your
schools and that we
opportunity.
wanted to shut it down. There was no board that ever wanted to shut it down here. It was, they're conversion charters. They are OUSD conversion
Okay,
charters.
you've had-
And he mentioned
Ms.
TLC.
Yamasaki,
He
you
voted
take a vote.
against TLC.
you've had your opportunity to speak
No,
already.
but I need to
This
correct the
isn't a
record.
debate. This
He
isn't a
voted
debate.
against TLC.
This isn't a debate. This isn't a back and forth. You've had your opportunity to speak.
I think a board does deliberate, right? Isn't that a deliberation when we go back and forth?
No, each member has their right to speak.
No, I think you're mistaken.
No. You know, you want to go and try and correct people at every turn, and it's like
I would want to be
unbelievable.
corrected for the record if you want to do that. You do
So,
that all
anyway,
the time.
You're incorrect about Santiago. It was going to be voted against at one point. So you need to understand some
By
things.
who? She was on the board. She was
By
on the
this
charter
board.
board.
No, by this, again,
Was that when I was charter board president at
Having-
Santiago?
Or was El Rancho when I was El Rancho?
okay, this
PTA
isn't going
president?
anywhere, so I'm just correcting you. So the point is that all of a sudden, this property's been sitting idle. We've had renters there, various ones that are operating it there now currently. And then all of a sudden, we have entities who are encouraged to say, I would like it now. They've had multiple years in which to come forward with it. It's been an empty property, and all of a sudden now, because of whatever reasons may be, so I'm not going to get into it all. The bottom line is that we've heard from all the board, and so with that said, we have a first, a second, we've discussed this, and so I want to take a vote. So all those in favor of approving this, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Passes 4-3. Okay, on to information item for the mid-year update for LCAP.
We have one
Oh.
comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. We have one comment on 8A. Jen, back off. So that'll be 3 minutes. Oh, and we do need to vote to extend the time.
Okay, so let's see, we have, who's doing the presentation? You have 2 minutes. I'm kidding. Governor's proposal, and then consent, so. How many?
Oh. 11:30?
Okay, I'll second. All right, any discussion? Okay, we'll extend the meeting till 11:30. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? 7-0. On to,
8A, Jen Backoff.
is there, no? Okay. Okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Okay, so a little bit more than 2 minutes, right? And a clicker. Okay, good evening, Board President Ortega. I guess he just left. Okay. Rest of our board, our executive cabinet, Superintendent Gonzalez, our staff, and our OUSD community. Senate Bill 114 was just passed this last year, which requires each district to share a mid-year update before the end of February each year. So this year is our first time to do this. And in this report, we have to include all the available mid-year outcome data related to the metrics that are in our current LCAP, and all the available mid-year expenditures and implementation data on all actions identified in the current LCAP. Thank you. This is great. I've never had such excitement. Woo! Okay. Thank you. This is great. Okay. So, so basically, this LCAP is really the documentation of the collaboration that we have amongst all our divisions. And this is where tonight I'm going to highlight, in the interest of time, just a few of the actions and the metrics. But first, we want to do our overview, the budget overview for parents. And I've invited Meghna Balsara, our Executive Director of Business Services, to cover that.
Thank you, Elena. Good evening, board members and cabinet members and committee members who are present here. So this is the budget overview. That means that what we adopted in June, and that's based on the January governor's budget. And so we had to revise our budget, and this is our first interim numbers. And so total LCFF funded funds, we have included revised COLA, cost of living adjustments. Then we have included state funds, including Prop 28 Arts and Music grant funds. And this is revenue projections I'm going over right now. And that includes the universal pre-K, and then federal programs. It basically includes all the carryovers, mainly ESSER and title programs. And the next slide, this is the expenditure budget. So we adopted the budget in June, and that time our budget was 372 million, and now it's revised to 404 million. That 32 million increase is really based on the carryovers and for ESSER mainly. And we have not made any changes to budgeted expenditures in the LCAP or for high needs student LCAP budget. And the expenditure really not included in LCAP increased by 32 million because of the ESSER and the other programs. So that expenditure is not included in LCAP. That is mainly 80% of that budget is really for our core instructional programs that we utilize for all our students, and like such as transportation, counseling services, mental health, and various services that we provide. And the rest of the 20% that's not included in LCAP is our running the school district budget, which is maintenance, operations, and some information technology services budget. So those are the changes, and we wanted to highlight that. And Elena is going to go over the expenditures. So.
Okay, so thank you, Meghna. So like I mentioned, this is a collaborative document, and in your Friday packet, you've got the full document with everything laid out. But because we have so many pieces, we have a total of 49 metrics, but I don't want to do 49 metrics review with you guys tonight. We know it's late. But what I've done is broken it down by each goal and just chose just a select few to sort of highlight our progress. And a reminder that the LCAP goals are aligned to our strategic plan. So a reminder that Goal 1 is about student achievement. Goal 2 is about communication and engagement with our community. Goal 3 is wellness and safety. And Goal 4 is just efficient use of our fiscal resources. So in Goal 1, which is the meat of what we do, I have snapshots from our academic indicator for ELA and math, and these are taken from the California School Dashboard, showing us green with the English language arts, showing an increase as well. In math, we made an increase, but we're at yellow. We recognize we got work to do, but we want to share that out, be transparent about where we are. We want to celebrate our CTE pathway completers. We've had 928 students completing CTE pathways. Our AP and IB participation, our most recent data shows we had 32% of our students participating in one or more AP or IB classes. Dual immersion, we've grown over 500 kids in our program and will continue to grow. We're real excited about that. Our English Learner Progress Indicator is another piece from the California School Dashboard, and this is the progress that English learners make taking the LPAC. So that's their annual test to test their language proficiency, and we're at green at moving the kids up a level each year. So we're really proud of that. AP placement pass rate, so 65% of our students had a 3 or higher. And then our last one is another piece from our dashboard, which is one of our local indicators where we have to do a study to make sure that we are implementing standards-based curriculum, and we did meet that standard. Goal 2, 3, and 4 I have on one page. So Goal 2, we have their parent and family engagement, which is another one of our local indicators that we have to meet for the state, and we have met that. School-to-home communication is a metric where we use our school messenger number, and we have over 400 messages since January, or the end of January. So that's actively used to communicate with our families. Goal 3 is our engagement in school, our wellness and safety. And I pulled up chronic absenteeism and suspension rate because we have definitely declined in chronic absenteeism, which is a real important number. But we're at yellow, but we know we have work to do, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. And then suspension rate, we've maintained, but we're at the green, so that's a positive, and we're working on that one. For Goal 4, with the efficient use of fiscal resources, we have to show the state that we recruit and retain highly qualified staff, and we show that we have met that standard. And then increasing attendance rates. We should be very proud because we're showing a positive in our attendance, our daily attendance, and I'll share that a little bit with our actions at the end. So now we go into actions, and each of these you will see the action number, the title, implementation level, and just some of the evidence of progress. So for the first one is our English learner academic language professional development. We show that we've partially implemented because we're still working on it for the rest of the year. And we show that we have ongoing professional development. We've provided professional development for our teachers over breaks, after school. We have focused efforts at our elementary sites to look at the language breakdown in the classes and make sure that teachers are teaching to those gaps and trying to close those gaps. We have support for our newcomer families, but important, we give the support for our teachers as well that have the newcomers in their classrooms. And then we're monitoring our English learner data throughout the year through that department. 1.4 is our professional development and support for core subjects. And this is partially implemented because the year's half over and we have a lot of PDs still to go. But we do have ongoing professional development in math, English, language arts, and writing. Our math TOSAs have provided coaching and training opportunities for all teachers. All our elementary sites are participating in year-long professional development using visible learning principles in math. And we have 90 elementary teachers participating in foundational language arts and writing. So we're very happy about that foundational piece. Moving on to 1.8 CTE. We have in our curriculum department, we've enhanced and expanded our CTE pathways based on student interest. We have increased the marketing of our CTE pathways through CTE school website pages and social media campaigns. We've conducted CTE informational days at each high school for the 8th graders coming in. And then we've also developed a 4-year CTE plan for counselors to utilize when meeting with their students. Moving on to 1.13 is early learning and elementary support. We have been focusing on getting general education assistants in the classrooms. We are now funding 2 per site. We have support personnel for early learning programming, which has expanded because of TK expanding and our preschool expanding. We also have provided additional teachers at our elementary sites to reduce the number of combination classrooms. So we're very proud of those actions. For 1.14, our foster youth support, our student and community services have been providing essential school supplies such as backpacks, scientific calculators, and hotspots. They've also been supporting our foster youth once the FAFSA window has opened at the end of December. The counseling teams have met to discuss the foster youth students and to provide those ongoing resources so that they can complete the FAFSA and partner with social services to make sure all foster youth have completed the FAFSA application. 1.20 is for our special ed instructional specialists. And our special ed instructional specialists have actually, probably more now since I gathered this data, responded to 216 instructional or curriculum requests for support for students with exceptional needs across the district. So that's a lot of work. So we're thankful for their support in all our classrooms. We have in 1.25, technology and assessment support. They have utilized funding to support staffing levels appropriate to support the district's 3,000 plus employees and 24,500 students. They support with over 22,000 PC laptops, in addition to 7,000 iPads. They maintain and protect the network infrastructure to provide internet connectivity conducive to conducting business and instructing students. They're also on track to completely utilize their funding and maintain the network cybersecurity, staffing, and licensing to meet district needs. With our ed tech, they're supporting district-wide lessons for students in digital citizenship and character building using Nearpod, and implementing Apex to be used for credit recovery, summer school, and support of core classes across all middle school and high schools. So that's goal 1. Goal 2 will be faster. 2.6, we're highlighting our interpreter, which I think everybody knows here, Sonia. But by adding Sonia, we've been able to have her administer district-created assessments for our classified staff to attain their bilingual stipend for them. She manages and creates cadres to support sites and larger district-wide events with translation support or interpretation support. She researches and coordinates and organizes ongoing education for our site-based interpreters. And she coordinates interpretation classes and opportunities for site community aides to grow and expand their ability to serve the families. In 2.7, our foster youth outreach, we have ongoing collaboration between schools, social services, probation, caregivers, and community resources that are provided to our foster youth families. The outreach is also part of attending weekly meetings with local family resource centers and the foster county meetings. They ensure in social services participate in all school meetings. They collaborate with the group homes, and then they conduct home visits as necessary. Goal 3 for wellness and safety. For our first one is 3.2, and this is out of the Department of Student Achievement. They provide the guidance, training, and actual substitutes for elementary sites to have their, what we call CAST, the Collaborative Academic Support Teams, which is like our pre-student success team meetings. They do this 3 times a year, but this gives them a chance to do deep dives on students that might be struggling in each classroom. 3.5, safe and welcoming schools. The Department of Student Community Services have enhanced or established many different systems. With student attendance, they developed the student attendance plan and procedures. They have the initiative with We Champion Attendance. Under discipline, they revised the ARIES assertive discipline and code, suspension letters, and the student success panel hearing process. They've drafted middle and high school student discipline matrices. For safety and security, they have the contraband detection dog program, the installation of surveillance cameras at all the elementary sites. They're lobbying for a second school resource officer for City of Orange, and they're working on City of Anaheim. And then I think we all know the professional development they provided with the KSL, the district-wide site-based lockdown. So a lot of stuff going on with 3.5. 3.6 is another highlight as well, that with our counselors, our counseling services, we have currently right now in elementary 24 school counselors that cover 27 of our sites, in addition to all of the counselors at the secondary level. Our school counselors provide the support for students with decisions regarding academics, overcoming barriers, college and career. They provide support to students to cope with crises, managing emotions and character development. They do classroom lessons to teach basic pro-social skills, and then resources to students and their families as needed. And then finally, 3.8, our technology, safety, and security. They have been doing mandated trainings for all of our staff, teachers, and this training has resulted in a very vigilant staff who has utilized the report fish button up in the top right on average over 300 times per month. So, and we've decreased our fish prone percentage from 16% to an overwhelmingly impressive 3.1%. And then they've finished the training schools on all the use of the new cameras installed at elementary sites this year. So they've been busy as well. Then finally, in our goal 4, our school site allocations. This is one that we have in the LCAP because our school sites get actual site-based money to use, but they have to go through a whole process. And so our budget department and my accountability department collaborate on this, providing them the allocations, the guidance and support to manage the money and how to spend it so that it's in compliance with state and federal laws. And then 4.5, action is for increasing attendance and enrollment rates. So like I mentioned earlier, we're very proud of the fact that we have an increase, and you can see they're over 1% for elementary, middle, and high school. But this is a true collaboration with business services, with student community services, and every single school site in their community. So this is really a feather in the cap that we're in the positive side. We want to keep building that. But also to support the ADA rate improvement is the focus on the reducing of chronic absenteeism. So as of January 2024, our own internal data system, what we call the ART, the attendance recovery tool, reports that overall chronic absenteeism rate is at 16.35%, which is down 8.10%, which is a real positive thing, because when kids are here, they're learning. So we're excited about that number. So we have a lot to be proud of this school year. The work is definitely happening at the sites. Our staff and students, with the support of our community, have shown high levels of dedication to being focused on improving student outcomes, and we all know that the work is far from over. Let us recognize and celebrate the achievements at this point of the year. But now it is time that I will be getting started on the next LCAP. So you'll see me soon. So thank you. Yeah, whew. I'll get you all shirts or something. I don't know. Any questions? I hope not.
I could probably try to present like 4 or 5 of these words.
I thought I'd throw you a little something different.
Of course. Thank you so much. Any questions, Ms. Page?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I love everything about LCAP. Every time you present it, there's something new that we see, even like reading the long document. I've been trying to shorten it and share it on social media, like a lot of the highlights that like your team and like our team at Ed Services have been able to accomplish. I have a couple of questions, mainly to clarify and expand so that you can really enhance like all the positive things that are happening. So for example, in goal 1.18, it's secondary academic support, about it reads, the secondary education department will provide students access to programs, intervention, and targeted academic support services, which include credit recovery, summer school, extended learning, AVID, dual language enrichment. And so I just really want to highlight that last summer, we were able to offer summer schools specifically in a different language from one of our immersion schools. And so I just really want to be able to also reiterate the importance of continuing learning of a second language throughout the summer so that they don't have to recover as much when they return back the following year. And then also further down, when discussing parent input in decision making, can you elaborate a little bit more about the 40 different parent advisory committees that exist and how we get parent input?
Yeah. Okay, so each of our, in Ed Services, each of our departments has sort of a parent advisory council. So it could be the educational technology one, it could be the special ed one. We have our big DLAC, which is our District English Learners Advisory Committee. And really, it is essential that they take the LCAP actions that are before you and they take them to their committees and ask them, how's it working? What do we need to improve on? So it's like an ongoing focus group because it needs to be like sort of a standing item on what we need to improve on. So that's sort of where it is. So the 40 means that they've had multiple meetings throughout the year. So, and we have like our curriculum council is another one that might not have parents, but it is staff input as well. So we have different levels where they might have a mixture of staff with them or just parents. And then at the schools, we have our focus groups just starting for the LCAP. And so every principal has been tasked with holding different focus groups with the kids, but also with their staff and parents. We require a parent one as well.
Great. And with the kids, is that third grade and up when the third graders start filling out the LCAP survey as well, or is that for all students?
Well, it depends on the school. We have some schools that will try to do it with the littles, those are the adventurous ones. Some do it with their student leadership teams, to give them that opportunity to sort of explore about leadership and how to, make plans for a school and see it through and all of that. So it just depends.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And then the last thing was you mentioned the expansion of the preschool programs. Can you share a little bit more about like how diverse that is? And then also like talk about Learning Links and the expansion of that program during the spring. And then I don't know if you want to talk about the Roundup.
Yeah, we have a lot going on in early learning. We're really excited. But as I think I've presented before, but the birth dates keep moving every year to a point that by 25, 26, all 4-year-olds will be in TK. Okay, so that's in itself is a lot. But knowing that, that's pulling kids away from the preschool programs that are usually for 3 and 4-year-olds. So we're really trying to make an effort to build our CSPP. Those are our state preschool programs that are held at most of our Title I sites. And we also have a parent-paid program called CDC, and we have an assortment. We also have OPK, which is another program that is in collaboration with our special ed department. So we have these different kinds of choices for parents. But what we need to do is we see that 3-year-olds need to be a focus. So our preschool program under Renee Ibarra is really trying to expand the reach and get to those families. So one of the things that we're trying to work on is called the Early Learning Roundup. So in late April, we're going to have really a focused fair happening at Fred Kelly in conjunction with a track event at the same time. We're trying to make use of that. But anyways, we're going to have this, and we want it really centered for families to learn about how to support their kids. We want to have resources there. We have to have the talk about toileting. I mean, it's just we have to, So this is a big thing that's in our current and in our future that it's expanding. So we want to get parents alerted early as possible. So we want to have a booth on that. We want to have other kinds of fun activities. We want to have just examples of what kind of preschool activities they can have available, but also what TK activities could be available. Ideas for what to do during the summer with them. So we're building this plane, and we're ready to take off in April. But in addition to the 3 and 4-year-olds, we also have been expanding a great program called Learning Links, which is more like a mommy and me, and that's from 0 to 5. But most of the children that come are in that 2 to 0 age of what we have presently. We used to have about 3 programs of this at different schools, and actually one we had to close because no one would come. We moved that one to Canyon Rim, and it's standing room only. The parents are coming with their kids, and we've actually had to turn some away. And we don't want to do that. So we're expanding that to 6 more classrooms across the district, and those are just starting to open. But in these Learning Links, they have an opportunity to explore a classroom, explore activities guided by a teacher that helps the parents know how to build a developmentally appropriate environment for their child. And it's a great experience. And it's not just the parents that come, the grandmas come. They're all coming, different kinds of people. So we're real excited about that, and that is definitely growing. So we've been spending some money to get those going, and so definitely growth.
I have a question about the Learning Links class. So why do you think it's successful over at, did you say Canyon Rim?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to the other school? Is it because parent participation, or?
I think it got a lot of exposure with the parents because our principal there was a preschool coordinator, and so she understands that age. So I know she was able to really push it in with her community. But I also think that in the Hills area, it was an untapped resource because we had them in the Title I's because of the funding.
Right.
Yeah, it was tied to funding, but now we're trying to
But
get
I was
creative.
just wondering, that being that it's a parent and child participation, that some parents who may be in a Title I school, they have to work, or they may not fully
yeah.
understand that they could do
Or,
it. I mean,
or
did
getting
they do a good job
transportation
in-
too. There's a lot of barriers that we're trying to overcome by getting more out there.
Okay.
So they don't have to go too far.
Okay.
That geographic area is also considered a childcare desert, which means there's not a lot offered.
Okay.
So they'll be connected to the district and continue to build
Yeah.
relationships there.
Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to figure out a way like how we can improve participation in other schools.
Oh, I know. And,
Yeah.
and
I know you're
we
thinking
will
about
continue
that.
to do that.
I just hate to see schools not taking advantage of it. That's all.
I
So
know.
it's just a great program.
But West Orange just opened
Yeah.
this week. They had 6 families, and so we're very happy that 6 showed up on the first day. So
Okay.
we hope it'll continue to grow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Mr. Tran.
Yeah, I just have some couple questions. I'm hopeful that you can answer. So for LCAP goals, 4 actions, 4.5, increase daily attendance rates, that's amazing. But my concern is also enrollment rates. And I'm sure, as you know, one of the prime determinants of funding for our public schools is enrollment rates. And so, I mean, what was the enrollment rate for the last school year, if you're familiar, in comparison to the county average?
The enrollment rate, okay, so I think, are you talking about finances? Like
Oh, just-
the budget?
just
Because the
enrollment rates,
ADA
yeah.
is how we get the money every day, so that is
Yeah.
the important number. Obviously, overall enrollment means we have more to pull from if we have more kids here in our
Mhm.
district. So I don't know about an enrollment rate.
So we like
Dave?
94%, 95%.
But that would be the ADA, we were
Yeah.
lower than.
Yeah.
See, we're collaborative.
So we have adopted our track and retain program. And with that was many of the things that you heard today about programs and enhancing things, services to students. That is the focus of the attract and retain program. So we have been able to retain a large percentage of our students. We have one of the lowest enrollment decline rates in the county. So what that means is that we're losing fewer amount of students given what other districts are experiencing. We actually are pulling kids from other districts. I don't talk about that because I don't want them to know. So we have a high retention factor of our students. In the showcases, you'll have, if you talk to Dr. Miller, he'll have 150, 200 visitations, parent walkthroughs to talk about the program. So we're bringing in over 1,000 kids from outside this district.
And Mr. Rivera, Mr. Rivera over here, just to make sure that we're understanding the numbers and the dollars, what would happen if we have a high enrollment, which we're proud of, but a low attendance rate?
So each percentage that we lose in attendance is worth about $3 million to the district. So before the pandemic, we were around 96%. After the pandemic, we were hitting about 92, 93%. So when you take $3 million times 3, you can see that adds up very quickly to about an $8 or $9 million attendance loss. And unfortunately, that's how the state funds us. They don't fund us based off needs. They don't fund us based off our circumstances. We have the largest geographic area in the county. So we're transporting kids from all over the area, different than other schools. So we have a couple of challenges, and so you're looking at about $3 million for each percent.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, because I think we want to make sure we emphasize that, enrollment counts, attendance counts.
Correct.
But if you could send me some more of the figures, because I was reading a Cal State Fullerton progress report, and it showed that Orange Unified School District enrollment rates were actually declining at a rate that was faster than the county average. I think the county average was around 1%, ours was 1.5 or 2.5%. I got to clarify again, but if you could send me the figures, that'd be amazing. My second question is around 32% of AP and IB participation rate. That is amazing. Now my question is, what is the enrollment rates for, participation rates for AP programs and IB programs comparatively to other school districts, such as Tustin Unified or Placentia Yorba Linda?
Well, we don't have that data right now because that's a different department, but we can get that to you.
Okay.
Yeah, so a comparison.
Absolutely. And in terms of AP and IB participation, 65% of passage rate for our advanced placement test, that's an amazing figure as well. Now, amongst our 4 high schools, are those figures skewed? For example, is Villa Park High School performing at a rate that is much higher than Orange High School?
There are differences amongst the high schools. I don't have the exact numbers to present to you, but there is variances between the high schools.
And now, is our other high, because at Villa Park High School, we're offering a myriad of opportunities and tutoring opportunities for our students. Do you know if our other high schools are offering those as well?
They all try to work with the same ideas they share, and so if they're doing boot camps and all of those kind of extra supports for kids, they're doing them.
That's great. And my last question is in regards to your recruitment and retention of high quality staff, including teachers, instructional materials, and facilities, teachers especially. Now, I'm sure, as you know, Orange Unified School District educators are unfortunately the lowest paid teachers in any school district in the county of Orange. So what other incentives are you offering to our teachers to retain them and attract teachers here to OUSD?
Well, a lot of it is our programming. They want to be teaching in some of these programs because they're exhilarating and exciting. So that's one of them. I think also when we talk to teachers, and I've been in this district since '94, and a lot of people come to Orange because they love the community. They just love Orange. You heard speaker after speaker talking about how much they love the community. So that's part of it too. It's just that historical family. They've had their children here, now their grandchildren, and they all stay here and they love the community.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no others, thank you so much.
Okay.
And I'm sure we're going to be seeing you in the near future or somewhere on the horizon.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wow, you again.
Yeah, it's been a long night.
8B. Tell us how wonderful the state budget is.
Well, I'll hit the highlights. Okay, now that I've covered that, let's talk about the budget. So let me just walk you through why we're here tonight. When the governor adopted the budget back in June, there was projections made on what the COLA was, the cost of living adjustments. And then what we do is we adopted that budget. And then in December, we filed the first interim report. And we give you the best projections we have, which is data as of October 31st, and then we're projecting out for the year. Then the governor, January 10th, I believe, publishes his governor's proposed budget for the new year. So I'm going to outline for you the changes that happened from December to now and how that impacts the district. And then the next step is going to be in May, the governor is going to sunshine the what they refer to as the May revise. And that's commonly the document that we use for the adopted budget in June. So right now, we're in the flux for the next 5 months of seeing what are the changes that the governor is going to propose. And much of it is tied to our financial position. So there's 2 subject matters that we're going to cover. So I'll just hit the highlights. The governor is projecting a $38 billion shortfall based off what he thought the revenues would be when they adopted this budget a year ago. And what he's stating is that he's going to protect public education from massive cuts. He's doing that by using one-time funds, and that's outlined here. A $13 billion drawdown of reserves. So when we look at, okay, what is going on with the state? There's 3 big taxes. So you have personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales tax. So as you see in the gray bar, that's what the governor was projecting. And you can see in the gray bar that each of the years, either the Legislative Analyst Office, which is LAO, and the governor's budget, you can see that they are below what was adopted in June. So you can see personal income tax, in every year you can see that there's a shortfall. Corporate tax, if the stock market is not doing well, people are not generating revenues, they're not paying taxes, you can see they're not doing well. And the sales tax, again, the projections from the governor are a lot more optimistic than what the legislative analyst is saying. And that's a concern. So as I was putting together this presentation and Magna and I were talking about what to say, we really struggled because there's some problems that are not being addressed. So the problem is we've had some good increases since the pandemic, and our reserves are higher. That's a good thing. You can see that for school districts. But the bad news is that there's a big drop in revenue, and we don't see a solution of how that's going to be remedied in the governor's budget. Again, the revenues that are being projected are higher than what we think is going to happen, the legislative analysts and other pundits. And right now we're looking at only a COLA-only environment for schools. And I'll show you what that means. I mentioned this earlier. You can see that the rainy day fund that the state established, within 3 years, it's going to be reduced by half. So after the Great Recession, Governor Brown established the rainy day fund, started putting money away for the areas that when we're going to have a fiscal crisis. But now we see that that money is being eroded in 3 years. The problem with the budget is that the governor is protecting education. That's not a bad thing. But you have other service providers, such as what you see here, whether it's the judicial system, the first responders, county agencies, city agencies, medical, and the freeways, highways, they're all going to be impacted negatively. And I'm sure they're all going to be talking to the governor to change their position so that way they don't absorb more budget cuts than what they need to. So how does this affect the district? So here's a chart that I thought was interesting. It's a 40-year chart, and it shows the cost of living adjustments by year. So if you look at 2010-11, that was in the middle of the Great Recession. There was actually a negative COLA. In 2016-17, there was no COLA, but what happened is that the governor increased the base rates for the LCFF model, so the average district received like 11% money, but technically they got a 0% COLA. And now we look at this year. So this year you can say that it's going to be the second lowest COLA, or maybe the third lowest COLA in 40 years. So what does that translate into dollars? So this is a table that I provide our schools and our ed service team to show you how much money we receive by level. So our funding is tiered by level. This is 132 days, this is 133 days. The reason that we have two is that in the secondaries, we bring our kids in earlier. So by April 15th, they're going to accomplish one more day of instruction. So let's just focus on base. For kindergarten through third, it's going to be $83.58. That's what we're going to get for every day a student comes to school. If they don't come to school, we don't get that funding. If we take a look at what we are getting in the current year, it's $82.96. So we're going to get 62 cents per student per day. So if you have an average class of 30 times 62 is not a lot of money. There's not going to be enough money to pay for crayons, pay for additional utilities. It's going to be a struggle for us to live within those means. So this is the difference in terms of the COLA. So we're being funded at about 20% of what we thought we were going to be at originally. This year, we're going to be funded at about 80% of where we thought we were going to be. 26, 27, 27, 28 are pretty flat line. So this is the chart where we talk about ADA. And this references a question that was asked earlier as to what the percentages are. So for elementary schools, they were in the 95% range. High schools, you could see they were in the 94% range. And then unified districts, which is us, they were 94, 95. These are statewide averages. And you can see right after the pandemic, these numbers plummeted about 3%. So what have we done, knowing that we have this problem? What have we done this year? And I compliment the schools, the teachers, the principals, the parents, our student service team, because what has happened is that last year, when we were making budget projections, we were using 93%, which is last year's ADA. We were projecting a decline of 360. So if you take 93 times that, that translates to 335 kids. So on average, we were expecting to have higher absences of 335. And this is through the filing of the P1, which happens at the beginning of January. So what happened? This is what we filed, 21,981. This is what we just filed, 21,913. There was only a drop of 67 kids. So the difference between the 335 and the 67, that means there's 267 kids coming to school every day that last year they were not, which is fantastic. What does that mean financially? Thank you. So what does that mean financially? We built the budget off 93. Once we built these additional students, and we're going to do that after we file our P2 report, which is on or before April 15th, we're going to have an increase of funding of around 3.4 million. And because the model now is an averaging over 3 years, we're not going to receive the money at once. We're going to receive it incrementally. So that is not in the budget. So if anything, that's good news. So I asked Mrs. Balsara, okay, what is the difference between December and now? So in December, we were budgeting 3.94, $305 million for our LCFF funding. That's everything within LCFF. Now we're looking at a 0.76, so the number is going to go down to 296 million. So it's a reduction of $9.2 million next year if everything that we have budgeted and all our assumptions materialize. And as I said earlier, you can see the differences between what we were planning and what the new revised numbers are. So 25, 26 is going to be funded about 80%, and then the rest of the years are pretty flat. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board have any questions? Okay. Thank you for the great news. Appreciate it.
I'll make sure Mrs. Balsara is more to the point in the next presentation.
I know, you're just so much out there. It just, but thank you. I mean, we truly understand you've provided a lot of information in Friday packets to us on all the budget updates and the LAO and their estimates and who's being realistic and who's not. And so again, thank you to you and your staff for this presentation, because I know it's a lot of work to put these together, but also keeping us fiscally solvent. We're not like a lot of districts who are having to make cuts, so we're very blessed in that manner to continue operating in the manner which we are. So thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, consent items. Any items to pull? Hearing none. Is there a motion to approve all?
I'll move.
Who was that? Oh, Ms. Page. Second?
I'll second.
Ms. Yamasaki? Okay, with all that said, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 7-0. On to... we don't have that. So 17.
We have 6 comments from 2C. If they choose to speak, they would get 1 minute.
Yes, Ms. Minor, you called me on 7D. It was for 17. My name is Scott Talkov.
I'll have to look for that.
Okay. I remember your name.
Okay, so for 2C, which is 1 minute, is Soren Williams, Joe Lynn, Scott Resnick, Alex Broussard, Sammy Kim, and Darshan Smaladin. Did you want to speak on 2C for 1 minute?
Students that wanted to speak on 17A, and they waited for hours and hours. OUSD students, yeah, sorry, OUSD students that have been waiting.
Names?
Andrea Smaladin and Lily Domer.
Okay, just so we can look at the cards.
Okay, I see Andrea's. I don't see Lily's, but I'll keep looking. Andrea, if you want to come up and speak, please. That'll be 3 minutes for 17.
Hello, board. My name is Andrew Smollett, and I'm a senior at Almadena High School. I think something you know about me by now, I stand up for what I believe is right, and I protect those I care about. You also know that I had brain surgery in 2019. I had that brain surgery at Chalk. I am grateful to them for the wonderful care I received. I literally owe them my life. That's why I was so disappointed to see the video of Trustee Minor saying what I believe to be false information about Chalk. So being a believer in truth, I sent them an email and asked if Madison Minor's allegations were true. And here's the response I received from Chalk Hospital. This is not happening. We were shocked to hear that an individual is falsely alleging Chalk is sending buses to local high schools to pick up students for the purpose of providing them with abortions. The allegation is patently false. We appreciate the community members who alerted us to this misinformation and who continue to place their trust in us and in our commitment to serving the children and families in the region. To which I add, Trustee Minor, you are a liar, and you are lying for your own personal gain without any consideration for who you hurt. But this seems to be a pattern with you.
Okay, Lily Domer.
Hello, my name is Lily Domer. I'm a senior at Villa Park High School. To address Alex Tran's earlier comment about a time and place for politics, consider it yourself when you filmed a no recall video on Villa Park campus. And also, if you actually cared about our school enough, you would actually give an update on VP instead of talking about politics. Thanks to our girls soccer, girls water polo, girls basketball, and girls wrestling are all currently competing at CIF, and so is our boys wrestling. I am here tonight to address some statements that have been spreading around various social media platforms, originating from OUSD's very own Madison Miner. In this video, Trustee Miner says she and the conservative majority have heard from teachers and students that there are girls getting picked up in chalk buses from OUSD high schools, being sent to Chalk Hospital visibly pregnant, and returning hours later showing only signs of sadness. First of all, Chalk hospitals are partnered with the St. Joseph Hospitals, which takes the Catholic stance against termination of pregnancy. Second, I am the youngest of 3 siblings who have been enrolled in OUSD high school since 2016, and I can personally attest to my whole family that no one has ever seen anything like what Trustee Miner claims is happening at OUSD high schools. This is simply not happening. You even saw that Chalk itself spoke out against the false allegations presented by Madison Miner. But who knows how far she'll go? We already know she's a liar. It's par for the course with you. You lied about being a speech pathologist on your ballot to get elected here. It wouldn't surprise me if you lied even more. How many more false statements will Trustee Miner make? How much more damage will she do in the name of protecting our school? How much longer will she make a fool of my school district? And I have a little bit of an exhibit, if I may approach the well. This is for you, Trustee
Okay, with 1 minute on the clock is on item 2C, Soren Williams, Jolynn, Scott Resnick, Alex Broussard, Sammy Kim, and Darshan.
Hello again, board. So thinking about OCCA again and how its founders paid for the majority's political campaigns, let's talk about another item that has consumed this board, the recall of Madison and Rick. Rick and Madison have wasted our time and money. They've campaigned from the dais. Madison has spread some crazy lies, including some malicious ones about Chalk Children's Hospital recently. Not surprisingly, their political funders, Mark and Jeff Barkey, and their dark money PACs are sending out all kinds of mailers. I think they've spent like 70 grand so far on the anti-recall AstroTurf. So it's clear that the ends justify the means for them. Is that what OCCA teaches? How embarrassing that the biggest proponents of OCCA are liars. So if you'd like to see Madison and Rick recalled and stop this craziness, vote March 5th to recall them.
Okay, on 2C is Jolynn. Okay, Scott. Scott Resnick. And then Alex, a Sammy Kim, and a Darshan.
Good evening, board. Not a lot I can say. Nothing much more can be done. Thank you for dismissing us, not giving us the chance to speak before closed session comments were adjourned. I urge you to work with your counsel to make sure that that was legal. The board bylaws and ed code require that anybody who doesn't have the opportunity to speak in the 30 minutes gets to come up and speak before that session is adjourned. You adjourned without my speech. About an hour later, you approved the lease, and it is a lease. It's not a license. It's not a marriage. It's not an automobile contract. It is a lease. So we'll see where that takes us. And again, John, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak on the agenda item. Even though this was not an action item, I still had the opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate that. And I'm talking to you, and you're just speaking, just chatting over there. Really great. Thanks.
Okay, Alex.
Hey, Mr. Ortega, I just want to say multiple times you've threatened to kick people out for screaming out of order, and yet they are continuing to do this over and over and over, and yet I've had not one threat.
Viewpoint
not
discrimination.
One threat. So I just think it should be treated equally. That's all. I think you should admonish equally.
You're right. Okay, all right. Let's just, everybody, let's just go, let's just move forward. Go ahead.
Closed session item, Agenda 2C, was agendized under Government Code 54-956.8, which before the last closed session meeting, Trustee Erickson very poignantly pointed out states that notwithstanding any other provisions of this chapter, a legislative body of a local agency may hold a closed session with its negotiator prior to the purchase, sale, exchange, or lease of real property by or for the local agency. Not license, just those interests in land. But of course, the district's incompetent attorney, Spencer Covert, believes that, oh, it's just an interest in land, it must be included. Well, the Brown Act is interpreted very narrowly. So all of your directions to negotiators were completely illegal. All of your actions were completely illegal. You're bad. You should feel bad. Thank you.
Sammy Kim. And then Darshan on 2C. No.
A few of us. Yeah. Good evening, board. My name is Darshan Smallodden, and I'll be super brief. I think that the fact that you made OUSD students wait until the end of the night to be heard on something, and you allowed OCCA students to filibuster stakeholders is absolutely ridiculous. And that I'm standing here talking about something that's already happened is beyond. The lack of transparency and the lack of just caring what we think is, well, the reason why you're going to be gone. So it was nice. Nice knowing you. Bye.
Okay, for 4B, Alex Broussard and Scott Resnick. And then it's on 17, Jolynn, Linda, John Sanks.
I'm speaking on, just in case anybody's confused about this, 7B, the President's Report. Why? Because President Ortega decided that that's the way that he wanted it to happen. There's been no change in board bylaw. There's been no change in board practices. Trustee Ortega unilaterally decided that he saw the names Alex Broussard and Scott Resnick. He knows that we're trying to recall Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma, and he did not want our speech heard before his president's report talking about the threatening letter that I'm sure he's going to get another letter from the First Amendment Coalition about. John Ortega is a disgraced cop who is a bully and who uses his position in order to impose his will, whether that's right or not, whether he is infringing on First Amendment rights or not. Mr. Ortega doesn't care about your rights. Mr. Ortega cares about his interests and getting his message through. I was here late last year talking about the president's report getting increasingly more and more political. That was when Rick Ledesma was board president. As he saw the recall marching towards the finish, he used his president's report to refute things that were stated by the recall. He used his president's report to play politics from the dais of Orange Unified School District. Now, in Mr. Ledesma's tradition, we have John Ortega, who is threatened by a sign. Oh my God, how weak are you? You're threatened by a recall sign? You believe that this is misconduct, that this is disorderly? This is First Amendment protected speech. You're threatened by me telling you that you've got family members who may work for Orca. You're threatened by me stating that you have a family member who swims for Orca. You're threatening me with a defamation lawsuit from the dais, from your position as board president. Jesus Christ, man. Do you know how to do your job?
Okay, Jolynn.
So I am not sure what to say here. I had several things I was going to talk about, and just everything that's happened today has blown my mind so much that I can't handle that. We have people who say stuff in the crowd like, follow the rules, these are the board policies, and your response is, we're going to kick you out. You were right, that is the policy, but that's not okay. Don't say it. You've got people calling names and shouting derogatory things at people, and that's kind of fine because they agree with what you're saying. We've got people saying we shouldn't politicize what we're doing up here, and at the same time, the only thing they say is political and say nothing about the school they're representing. I heard so many wonderful things about 4 of the 5 high schools here. One high school said, don't talk about politics, and so therefore being political was the only thing that happened. We have people up here saying, you have to follow the rules. You can't cut anybody off as they're cutting people off. I volunteered in the TK classroom the other day. They were so much better behaved and mannered and followed the rules and knew what was going on and took turns and waited than anything I've seen here today. They didn't call names. They didn't cut each other off. They respected one another in a TK classroom. And I'm just hoping that in the next meeting, we can see more of that here. Because I love my kids' school. I'm very fond of this district. And I want it to continue getting better, not devolve into a chaotic mess of bickering and money grabbing and not even willing to stand up and say you do or don't have a conflict of interest. Instead, just quietly sitting there and letting somebody else speak for you. This is not adult behavior that I want in charge of my schools. So please, get better and hopefully get recalled. Thank you.
Linda. And then John Sanks. Oh, on the president's report, 4B.
I'm going to give the same speech that I had planned earlier. But thanks to John Ortega's feckless leadership, I'm here at 11 o'clock at night delivering it. Good evening, President Ortega. During last month's President Report, you accused parents of spreading misinformation and threatened us with legal action for acting within our constitutionally protected right to free speech. These threats earned you a second letter from the First Amendment Coalition explaining how your actions are antithetical to and possibly illegal under the First Amendment. Before you deliver your report tonight, I want to remind you, your fellow trustees, your legal counsel, and the community that you have shown a pattern of using the dais to chill free speech. Tonight, during your report, I'm reminding you that you do not have the right to chill speech. You do not have the right to threaten, and you certainly don't have the right to be a bully. You're the president of the board overseeing the education of 26,000 children. Be a leader. I'm sure you're not the first person in the history of school boards to be admonished on multiple occasions by an organization advocating for the First Amendment, but that still doesn't make it okay. And what really shocks me is that while your legal counsel may have thought that a legal claim did exist, they let you sit up there and then threaten the public. You're an elected official in a position of authority, and for you to constantly make childish remarks or snap back at speakers in the name of decency and respect is hypocritical. Look inward and do better. And then again tonight, you threatened somebody with defamation. It's like you have the memory of a goldfish. You've been admonished twice by the First Amendment Coalition. I don't know what it is. You're opening the district up to legal liability. After the third time, maybe it's reckless, and then the district doesn't have to defend you against a lawsuit. So I'm going to read the letter from the First Amendment Coalition. I'll skip the intro. At the Orange Unified OUSD Board of Education meeting on January 18th, you referred to certain flyers related to the recall campaign that contained school photos. You said, "That is completely inappropriate, spreading misinformation about OUSD sponsoring such a thing," and stated, "We are looking at this from a legal perspective." Jumping ahead, no reasonable person would perceive that OUSD is taking a position on the recall campaign merely because a flyer supporting the recall includes an image of a school or its logo. If a political advertisement contained the image of a White House, Capitol, or Supreme Court, no reasonable person would believe that the federal government approved the amendment. The same is true for OUSD. In addition, I understand the flyers were largely identified as being on behalf of concerned parents or families or of students or friends. Jumping ahead, it is not clear that OUSD can possess protectable copyright interest in school building logos images, but if it could, the use of such logos or images for political advocacy would be protected as fair use. It is also not clear that OUSD possesses any trademark rights over the school logos or images, but even if it did, no such right was infringed or diluted because no reasonable person would be confused. Well, you got it in your mail. And,
All right, the rest of the speakers will have 2 minutes since we have over 14 cards. So up next is Linda Horst. Well, there's 15, so yeah. I think we're closer to the 2 minute. Right, and we do end in 26 minutes. Okay, Linda Horst and then John Sanks.
Hi, board members. My name is Linda Horst. I consider myself a stakeholder because I have 3 children who graduated from OUSD schools. But wait, Madison, you don't consider me a parent any longer because they're no longer in school. That's right. I taught in this district for 25 years. I was named California Teacher of the Year. During that time, Rick, John, you never visited my classroom. Now that I'm retired, does that mean I'm no longer a stakeholder worthy to be heard? I wonder now if because I'm a homeowner and taxpayer over 65, Madison, if you will now claim dementia like you did during your campaign about Kathy Moffett. The board's majority's definition of who actually is a stakeholder is unclear since so many non-OUSD stakeholders and students are getting preference over those who are. Who is a stakeholder? A homeowner, a taxpayer, a parent, an OUSD retiree? As a stakeholder, or as a stakeholder someone who says they teach virtues to their kids while lying about chalk picking up students for lunchtime abortions? 3 things I know to be true: my master's degree as a credentialed teacher, my pride in wearing this shirt, and my yes vote on the recall.
All right, John Sanks and then Alex Broussard and then Jen Backoff.
First things first, I'm going to give a shout out to my daughter, Addison, who had her art shown in this room on Tuesday. I'm sorry I couldn't make it here, but she was in the reflections contest on behalf of her school. As you know, my daughter attends an OUSD school. I'm a homeowner. I am not a part of the teachers union. I went to my first board meeting just over a year ago when you fired the superintendent. I went here, honest to God, it was on a whim, and I couldn't believe what has happened. I've been here almost ever since. I've seen a lot of political posturing. I've seen a lot of grandstanding. I've seen a lot of completely inadequate agenda items. I've had to visit the district office to read materials that should and could be posted online for the parents to see. I've watched this board shut down public comment, sometimes for everybody, sometimes for those they just don't want to listen to that particular night. Keeps us on our toes. I know you don't care what I have to say. We have disagreements. You're elected officials. It happens, but it is my First Amendment right to come up here and be able to address this board. So I'm going to speak about use my First Amendment right. So I did watch this video that those others spoke so eloquently about, where we heard Ms. Miner talk about how she heard that chalk buses are picking up kids who look pregnant and take them back to school looking sad. Who specifically are you talking about? When specifically did this occur? And where specifically did this happen? And oh, no, you haven't seen it. You've just heard this. You're giving reports based on a rumor. Kids on the playground tell rumors. Our elected officials can do better than this. This did not happen. Kids go to school, they learn, and they go home. We can do better. Please do better.
Okay, Alex Broussard. And then Jen Backoff, and then Jenny Sloan.
My name is Alex Broussard. I'm a parent in Orange Unified School District. I'm a homeowner in Orange Unified School District. I have a wonderful second grader at McPherson. I had never been to a OUSD board meeting before until on January 4th, I was told about a meeting that was noticed on 24 hours notice for January 5th, 2023, where you were intending to fire our superintendent. This is the first time I had ever heard anything about this because Madison Minor, Rick Ledesma, you didn't campaign on firing the superintendent. You just got together on not even your second meeting together and decided we're just going to fire her. So I came to a meeting. I, along with over 50 other speakers, told you that we loved our superintendent, that we thought that our superintendent was doing a wonderful job. One speaker said you should fire her, definitely fire her. You went against the will of the parents on that day, and on that day we formed the committee to recall you both. So on March 5th, 2024, we will vote to recall Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma. I told you on January 5th, 2023, that my little girl had recently learned the concept of consequences, and that it didn't look like you understood the concept of consequences. Hopefully after March 5th, when you are no longer sitting on that dais, you will understand the consequences of your actions. And if you are outraged by the actions of Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma, go to OUSDrecall.com. Donate to the recall. If you'd like to know more about Rick Ledesma's inability to manage finances, go to ledesmabankruptcy.com and you will read about his. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Backoff. I want to start by addressing this man right here who...
Address the board.
No,
Don't address me.
Don't talk to me, and I hope this doesn't count against my time. This man right here publicly... Okay, can I start my time over? Because I haven't even been able to talk. These people... I have come to these meetings, and yes, tonight, they're behaving themselves. They really are. I've come to meetings where I've heard Weisenberg, I don't know if she's here or not, but I've heard her say, excuse my language, there's no children in here, I hope, in front of children, shut the fuck up to people that she doesn't agree with. And I've had these two over here mocking Alex Tran when he's asking questions, laughing. Who does that? Do these people care about students? Obviously not. The way you, Erickson and Yamasaki, my neighbor, I'm so ashamed that I voted you in. I can't even believe what you represent and the lies that you guys sit up there and say. And these people up here, if you want to sit and know something, look at these vile people here and how they behave. Look at how they behave. I am a nurse. I'm married to a fireman. We are public servants. My oldest daughter is a teacher. We've taken an oath to serve and take care of people. These people here, he wants to hear himself talk. If this guy's a lawyer and he can sit online and publicly say that I stole recall signs, oh my God, because I drive a black SUV. This guy's literally that. And just so you know, I'm smart enough to know that there's a code for lawyers, and you went against that, and I will be filing something. Quit with your hands, Jolene, or Jolyn, whatever your name is. So literally, no joke, I'm going to tell you right now that anybody that believes anything that they say, I really just hope that you would reconsider and educate yourself. Yeah, let me just say one more thing. The context of...
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Jenny Sloan.
Okay. She's leaving.
Jenny Sloan. Michelle Weisenberg. And then Kim Trask. And then Graciela.
As an OUSD trustee, the job is to look out for the best interests of OUSD, its students, and staff. Unfortunately, Mrs. Miner seems unclear on her duties. The district offers board member training. Perhaps she didn't take advantage of that. John and Madison, are you going to talk through my speech as well as you have the last few? Mrs. Miner takes pride in the fact that she visited every school on par with Mrs. Erickson, Yamasaki, and Miner, and that is commendable. She has certainly visited more schools in her 1 year than either John or Rick have in the past 20+ years combined. Each board meeting, Mrs. Miner gives glowing reports of the schools that she's visited. Then she turns around and through her social media and other avenues insinuates that nefarious things are happening at our schools. As a mandated reporter, if she thinks these things are true, why hasn't she reported any of it? Maybe it's because what she claims is untrue. Most recently, she was interviewed on a YouTube show where she claimed that Chalk is sending buses to schools that are picking up students who are, quote, visibly pregnant, and then they are returning to school, quote, looking sad. Clips of this video have now been viewed and shared hundreds of times, completely unchecked. Some people take what she says at face value as it has come from the mouth of a trustee, an official position. Mrs. Miner has yet to make a statement correcting this outrageous lie, opening OUSD to costly litigation. How is this behavior benefiting an OUSD how is this behavior befitting of an OUSD trustee? As Mrs. Erickson said earlier, you have an obligation to represent the students of OUSD. It is disrespectful the way she continues to spread disgusting lies and denigrates our district, our teachers, our staff, and our students. It's almost as if she is actively trying to work against OUSD. Why are you even here if you have such disdain for our schools and our staff? For someone who sends her kids to a school that espouses virtuosity, your lack of integrity is disappointing.
Kim Trask, and then Graciela. Is Graciela here?
Hello again. My name is Kim Trask, and I have no desire to glorify hate. I mean, holy moly, this night is nuts. So I'm going to give 1 minute and 6 seconds back to everybody and sit myself back down.
Graciela, Concepcion Beltran, Sarah Pelly, and then Scott, and then Darshan.
Good evening. I'm glad I don't come to these meetings in person because I just can't. I don't know how you guys do this. It's easier to sit and scream at my computer at home. I'm Sarah Pelly. I'm a retired OUSD teacher, principal, and 34-year resident and taxpayer of OUSD. As we've heard multiple times, but I'm going to say it again, on January 24th on a live podcast, Trustee Miner alleged that Chalk is sending buses to OUSD high schools to pick up female students to give them abortions. Chalk has denied this absurd claim. Many of us have emailed them and talked to them on the phone, and they have 100% denied it. I've emailed Superintendent Gonzalez, all board members, as well as you, Trustee Miner, demanding a redaction and apology, but only received responses from trustees Yamasaki, Erickson, and Page, thank you. And this afternoon from Superintendent Gonzalez, thank you, who said, and I hope you hear this, please, Trustee Miner, the Orange Unified School District does not operate any clinic or program such as the one referenced, nor does it partner in any such programs. You need to tell that to your followers because they're spreading crazy stuff online because they hear it from you. I'm outraged that you could make such a damaging accusation, then just days later post on social media like you do about your amazing Villa Park High School visit. Trustee Miner, you're knowingly passing on false information as a scare tactic to help you in the recall election. This is inexcusable and just one more reason to vote yes to recall both Ledesma and Minor on March 5th. The OUSD community wants to hear from you regarding these claims, and I think you owe it to us, to the students, to the community, and especially the principals. As a former principal, I was mortified because I would have taken that personally. So I'm still waiting for your response. Thank you.
Scott Resnick, and then Darshan.
All right, I'm here to discuss an issue regarding violation of the privacy of several OUSD students and the failure of the district to notify any parents of their children's photos being used. Trustee Minor's Instagram, Madison for OUSD, which she uses for her campaign, contains photos of district students. Trustee Minor, in an interview online, explained that this is the account she is using for, quote, my politics. If this is a political Instagram, Mrs. Minor is doing it without notifying parents or obtaining consent, which is a violation of the privacy rights of those children and their parents. Item 3 of the Parent-Guardian Bill of Rights states, parents, guardians have the right to protect their students' privacy. Well, here's a blatant disregard for that right. I hate that it took me coming up here, but when I asked Ms. Minor to remove my child's photo from her politics Instagram, I was not only ignored by Ms. Minor, but I was harassed by her friends. I hope for the sake of the privacy of all these children, Ms. Minor and Superintendent Gonzalez will fix this issue. I also wanted to bring up another topic that came up on Ms. Minor's interview, and no, it's not the completely baseless, uncorroborated, and dangerous allegations you made against one of the most respected and well-liked institutions in the county. No, I wanted to remind you that after you called me, my family, my friends, cruel and evil and venomous, that you said you live by biblical principles and a moral compass. Well, the Bible that I'm familiar with does not condone stealing. Ms. Minor, is a leader in the community, I'm asking you to condemn stealing. And before I'm smothered in whataboutism, I'll say it here the same way the recall has been saying to volunteers. If anyone is stealing or vandalizing no signs, stop. It's not okay. It's illegal. And it goes against all biblical principles. I'd invite Ms. Minor to say the same thing.
Lori Kaler. And then Scott Takoff, you put 7, just so you know.
Did you want to speak or? No, after her, yeah. Okay, just wanted to clarify, thanks.
Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma were elected by the voters in OUSD. With the failing test scores, inappropriate materials in the libraries, and unhappy parents feeling like they were not being heard at board meetings, people wanted to see change. Change has been happening for the better. The superintendent who was overseeing the district as the test scores dropped to the second lowest of surrounding districts, as inappropriate materials filled the school libraries, and who ignored parents was let go. Parents had not felt heard. When asked why their child's teacher had an ankle monitor, they received no answer. This former elementary school teacher and high school coach is now tried, convicted, and sentenced. There is proof of this by the United States Attorney's Office, Central District of California, May 15, 2023, as well as a February 6, 2024 article in the Orange County Register. Madison, a mom, a speech therapist assistant, and a soccer coach for kids, knows how important it is for parents to be informed about their own children. She headed up the Parents' Rights Bill to ensure that rights that parents naturally have to be informed of all areas of their children, their academics, their physical health, their social and emotional health, etc. As a teacher, I know that there tends to be a trend in all districts across the state to keep parents in the dark about certain issues. Unfortunately, I know 2 teachers in other districts who were fired because they did not believe in lying to parents. One of the outside recallers told the truth. This is not about your little district. It's much bigger. It's so sad that there is a recall movement to remove the people from the board who are protecting kids and supporting parents' rights. I've heard people on this recall side say blatant lies about these individuals. And if you care about protecting our children, supporting parents' rights, and keeping your property taxes from rising higher with more bonds, vote no.
What a perfect transition. Scott Talkov, I'm a resident of Villa Park, and thank you. Resident of Villa Park, children in the district, honored to be here. And when I received this mailer, I don't know if you guys saw this thing. stand against higher property taxes. The extremist union that wants to saddle Orange Unified School District with new debt, and they want to raise your taxes and pay for it. Stop higher property taxes, vote no on the recall. I was so confused. I had to look back myself. I was just so baffled by this because I love Mr. Ledesma. He said at the May 26, 2016 meeting about Measure S, as board president, Mr. Ledesma believes that the most important item for this district is passage of a bond. You're my kind of guy. You're a higher tax. You're my guy. And then Measure S, remember this one? This is your name. You don't have like a junior. It's not a junior Rick Ledesma, is there? It's you, Rick Ledesma, endorsing yes on more taxes? John, you wanted to sue somebody for defamation. Here you go. Mr. Ledesma, go find these people. It said no on recall. Hey. Thank you. Go get him.
Wow. Okay, thank you. On to 18.
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to start by addressing the fact that I think it's pretty gross and disgusting that there's rumors spread out there that I supposedly said anything
Sorry,
bad.
what is this? Are you responding to public comment?
No, I'm using 18 for board comments. Thank you.
You're
This is-
responding to public comment, and you're not supposed to be doing that.
Thank you for letting me know. I'll continue now.
I'm sure you will.
Okay. And I think it's really sad and terrible because I would never have said anything bad. In fact, all I've ever said about my opponent is that I was grateful for the years that she served in our community. So the fact that a teacher, a retired supposed teacher of the year, is spreading rumors like that is really, really sad. So I'm going to continue. We don't know how this recall will go, but as my time on the school board may possibly draw to a close, I wanted to be filled. I wanted to talk about how I'm filled with a sense of gratitude and reflection for this opportunity. Serving as a conservative member of this board has been both an honor and a privilege. Throughout my tenure, I have always strived to uphold the values and principles that are dear to me while also working together, even with people who have different views on this board. I believe in the power of traditional values and discipline and accountability in education, and I have advocated for policies that prioritize academic excellence, promote parent rights, and instill a sense of pride in our students for their achievements, while encouraging them to be better. Our approaches may have differed at times, but I've always respected and appreciated the emails
This is so
and the contacts
inappropriate.
and the
President
perspectives
Ortega,
both
this is
by
inappropriate.
colleagues
This is
and
a
the community.
political speech.
This is board
Again,
comments.
I do not know, nor
This
do
is
I want to be
it's
done
really
with
outrageous.
this board.
It's really pathetic.
However, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have supported and challenged me along this journey. To my fellow board members, thank you for your dedication and commitment to serving our community. And to the teachers and staff, thank you for your support and dedication to our students. It's very commendable. To the students and parents, thank you for entrusting us with the important task of shaping the future generations. And I'm hoping and praying that if my time is over, that I can trust that this board will do everything they can to protect and continue to promote parent rights, even if we are gone. And I'm hopeful that I will not be done with my time on this board, but I want to thank this community for the opportunity to serve in a way that I never thought I would. It has been one of my greatest challenges, but also one of my greatest joys. So thank you.
President Ortega.
Any comments?
Yes. I just want to take this as an opportunity to respond to.
Okay, we only.
Well, I'm actually not applicable to the Brown Act.
What about
so,
First Amendment rights here,
yes,
people?
I'm not applicable to the Brown Act. So
Only
your
for some,
information.
huh?
I just wanted to respond. Concerns were made that I have somehow, was made some contradictory comments. In fact, I'll make it very clear and extremely clear. In fact, the differences are vast. When I filmed that campaign video, I was on a public sidewalk. The difference is that, unfortunately, during the Spartacon event, people were wearing political merchandise during a district-sponsored event on a school site. I was on a public sidewalk wearing a Georgetown shirt, by the way, not a no recall sign, not a recall shirt. And, it's just gravely disappointing that people would think that it's somehow, make it very clear. There are two differences vastly. And there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, First Amendment rights. And in fact, I did state that it's legally permissible to wear recall shirts on our sites. Many parents just find it extremely inappropriate. And I'm just pointing that out loud. And secondly, one of the speakers made a great comment, right? That I somehow, unfortunately have, a little discern for the students at Villa Park High School. But matter of fact was that I was preparing usually during the time when I prepare for the agenda, where I was? I was preparing my ASB students to speak in favor of the poll. Plain and simple, folks. And I'll take this as an opportunity to actually highlight, some of our amazing stuff that's happening on our high school. This Monday, we had a college and career event where we had our CTE courses. We had a CIF girls water polo game on Tuesday.
Got to
We
be
won.
brief because
It
we
made
got to
it
end the meeting.
I'm sorry, and last minute as well, just very quickly. We also have a anger management seminar in the Wellness Center on Wednesday, on February 28th. So, all right.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much.
Adjourn the meeting at 11:28.